Chapter 2231. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used all sorts of methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They used all sorts of methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Xinshang. Courting death! Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Xinshang. Xinshang screamed as he quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Weiyin helped him with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore through his defenses one after another, but Xinshang was still hit. Xinshang cried out as he fainted on the spot. His injuries were terrifying. He was barely hanging on. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were enraged. They also knew the upper limit of their strength. Xinshang's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scale. They immediately joined forces. Xinshang's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to fish in troubled waters under their noses. The situation was in a deadlock. The two venerables restrained each other. Their attention was basically on each other. They let the pseudo-venerables watch from the sidelines. It was also wishful thinking for the pseudo-venerables to charge onto the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Xinshang, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made their moves, they seized the opportunities created by the two venerables, but they all failed. Lu Weiyin was heavily injured. Paradise Earth had light injuries. They were breathing heavily. Xinshang woke up. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad. He retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. He was in a good state. As for Fan Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire. But he had paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were lost. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and other secluded domains of heaven and earth that were attacked by the black fire were very damaged. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. The number of Gu immortals was even higher. 60% of the Gu immortals died, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. With just this one tribulation, Fan Yuan was almost beaten back to his original state, and his foundation was lost by 70 to 80%. I only have 20% of my immortal energy left, Fan Yuan calculated in his heart. Even though he had time path methods to speed up immortal essence production and heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus's assistance, his consumption was too huge. Not mentioning all sorts of construction and immortal Gu refinement, just the continuous battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Fan Yuan's meticulous planning was of no use. There was no room for saving at all. It was very dangerous to use only 20% of his celestial core power to deal with two venerables who were in peak condition. Boom, boom, boom. The two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, surpassing their limits. The crazed demon formation continued to operate. Immediately, the limitless chain appeared out of thin air and shot towards the two venerables. As the two venerables defended against the limitless chains, their attacks became more ferocious. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through his limit and triggered the chain's counter. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced into a corner. She could only raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of the limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two venerables fought and competed with each other. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds or thousands of chains, but soon, the limitless chains multiplied by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated. They were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are fighting with all their might. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even if they know this is not right, they have no choice, the vicious competition has already begun. What should we do? If this goes on, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We, the pseudo-venerables, do not even have the qualifications to observe the battle. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fan Yuan's expression was pale. His aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, a change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily injured. Cracking sounds could be heard as countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three monsters of Crazed Demon Cave were heavily injured. Among them, Pang Shan even died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood, but he shouted anxiously. His expression was distorted. He did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal. What are you doing? You fools! This is the fruit of eternal life. Only one person needed to activate practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at the two venerables as he cursed, falling into hysterical madness. The pseudo-venerable's expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The eternal life research results were destroyed, their hearts shook. But they could not stop. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party, and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, the outcome would be affected. The outcome would not only affect the eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Whether it was Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who won, it would affect the reputation of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. It could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also an option. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research results, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research results. Thus, they absolutely could not retreat. Although the eternal life research results were slightly damaged, they were still mostly intact. But if they continued fighting like this, either venerables would retreat. If they could not decide the victor, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not give up. Even if they failed in the end, it was better than the enemy succeeding. Fan Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Help me, we will split the eternal life research results equally, just like Primordial Domain. The Immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Fan Yuan not long ago. But now, he actually asked to cooperate. Was Giant Sun Immortal so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest, shouting. Fan Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you. They had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we work together? Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this. Were all venerables like this? But very quickly, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd reality. A venerable's strength far surpassed pseudo-venerables, but Fan Yuan was not ordinary. Not long ago, even when the two venerables joined forces, he still managed to survive. This showed Fan Yuan's strength. Right now, the two venerables were in a deadlock, but Fan Yuan had enough bargaining chips. Whichever side he bet on, the other side would fall into a disadvantage. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage was enough to determine victory or defeat. Even if the venerables still had backup plans, it would not be a loss to rope in Fan Yuan to offset their trump cards. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Great plan, venerables! It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford it? Fan Yuan was not afraid now. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The calamity had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be in ruins, but the situation was completely different now. No venerable would foolishly find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan could last for some time. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Fan Yuan had fallen out, but he took the initiative to make up for it because Giant Sun Immortal was strong, while Fan Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan and the Celestial Court had deep enmity, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed work together. Why not? Fan Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had fallen out, they could not easily work together. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world and forced them to think that working together was more beneficial. Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. Fan Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable followed up. I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my Wisdom Path True Inheritance, and Genesis Lotuswood Path True Inheritance can also be traded. Not just Fan Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Wei Yin, Xinshang, Qi Ju, and everyone else. Everyone knows the magnanimity of my celestial court. I swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack, crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared blankly at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. The truthful floating ice was covered in cracks in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me that attack completely destroyed this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal hugged his head as he shouted. The immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The crystal-like fragments flew everywhere before dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice block was left. This human-shaped ice block's shape and outline were very vague, but after a few breaths of time, it became vivid and lifelike. After another few breaths of time, it turned into flesh and blood. Eventually, under the immortals' dumbfounded gazes, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo immortal. It has always been crazed demon Dao addict. Bow to ask the universe of yin and yang. Millions of years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless shall attain eternal life. This immortal finished chanting and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth was in disbelief. Limitless! Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was speechless. Chapter 2232. The most shocked was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. After countless investigations, she could not find any traces of Limitless Revival's arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal also had the same result as her. Precisely so, the two venerables fought so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had truly revived. Don't tell me, if the final truthful floating ice sculpture succeeds, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and achieve eternal life? Fan Yuan was also shaken. Fan Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing a towering mountain or a vast ocean. This is a discrepancy in the historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass Venerable and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other before attacking at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. His chains danced in the air and easily negated the two venerables' attacks. The two venerables' hearts shook, their battle intent did not diminish, instead, they unleashed even fiercer killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After a few rounds, the two Venerables could not even injure a hair of Limitless. Limitless roared lightly as he waved his hands. At once, space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated. Paradise Earth, Fan Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay, they retreated far away. At once, within 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was no one else. Giant Sun's expression was grim. Star Constellation's gaze was deep and flickering with starlight. She was clearly deducing with all her strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. Friends, I do not want to be enemies with you. I have obtained 1,000,000 years of eternal life, but I have yet to verify it. How do we verify it? Giant Sun Immortal asked. Everyone, please take a look. The Limitless Demon Sovereign turned slightly. All the immortals widened their eyes. A small hole appeared where the Limitless Demon Venerable was originally standing. Through the hole, the Gu Immortals saw chaos. It was black, but it was not black. To say that it was white was definitely not white. Say it is light, it is light. If you say it is dark, it is also dark. It was not accurate to describe it with any words in the world. Because chaos was just chaos. The primal chaos was a catastrophe. You lunatic, you actually broke through the world boundary again. Aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal loudly berated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also spoke solemnly. Limitless, I know of your ambitions, but if you insist on destroying the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life and the celestial court, I will eliminate you. Don't be impatient, the loophole is not big. I just want to test the results of eternal life. Even though we Venerables are invincible in the world, we are still plagued by calamities and tribulations, and that is this chaos. Among the Venerables here, who has not been injured by the chaos? Who has not suffered because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has existed for 1,000,000 years. Whether the eternal life research results that were deduced succeed or not, there is an obvious standard. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly stretched out his arm into the hole. The other Venerables and Gu Immortals subconsciously held their breaths, staring at him. Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any killer moves, he only used his body as an experiment. He was truly too daring. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to do this. Even though they could last in the chaos for some time, that was under the condition that they used all their strength to defend. For people like Limitless Demon Venerable who did not have any defensive measures, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only needed to touch a drop of chaos to be completely erased. Unless they cut off their losses in time. Limitless Demon Venerable stretched his arm in calmly. After a while, he pulled his arm back. His arm was completely black. It looked like charcoal formed after a tree was burned to ashes. But when he clenched his fist, the charcoal on the surface instantly turned into ashes, vanishing completely, revealing a smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal opened his mouth wide, he said in a daze. Is this the attainment of eternal life? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. I understand now, why did I not deduce it? Back then, when you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had been using the chaos outside the world. You lunatic! Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had almost destroyed the world because he created a huge loophole. And the deepest part of Limitless Crazed Demon Formation was to create a small loophole in the world boundary. Once the Crazed Demon Formation was shaken, this small loophole would turn into a huge loophole. It would be a huge problem. The entire Gu cultivation world might be destroyed because of this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's evaluation of Limitless as a lunatic was not wrong at all. For over 1,000,000 years, the entire world had been on the brink of destruction. All of this was caused by Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm as he sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, I had already reached the end of my path. I asked the Heavenly Tao, there was simply no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by fate Gu. I racked my brains and finally created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no choice but to think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you around, even if the Crazed Demon formation has a loophole and the loophole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to patch it up. Once he said this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be good? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with her, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment, he also wanted to use the power of the Celestial Court to deduce a new heaven path research result. He also wanted to pull in the Celestial Court as the final insurance. Once something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be used by Limitless Demon Venerable to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court's standpoint, they would definitely do their best to patch the loophole, and they would be very willing to do so. But, Limitless Demon Venerable continued, this is not eternal life. Don't you think so? Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth nodded expressionlessly. Fan Yuan had a vague realization, the true realm of eternal life was to be unharmed by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that level. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head as he sighed. He looked at Demon Immortal Chiju. Chiju, can you lend me a hand? Demon Immortal Chiju snorted coldly. Why should I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu and smiled. This immortal Gu was prepared for you, Chiju. I have waited over 1,000,000 years for this moment. Demon Immortal Chiju laughed heartily. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. My revival was indeed within your calculations. Ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, too lamentable. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was mocking himself. He lost to Limitless Demon Venerable, he was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Demon Immortal Chiju quietly. He waved his hand as Practice Gu flew towards the ladder. Demon Immortal Chiju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memories. Limitless, have you asked me before you want to become a venerable? With me around, you want to become a venerable. Demon Immortal Chiju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then, Demon Immortal Chiju lost. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed at Limitless Demon Venerable. You clearly passed the tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight to the death with me? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. There were several times during the intense battle when he was on the brink of death. He smiled lightly. Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am truly on the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between a Tao Guardian and a Venerable. Ha ha, the truth proves that my guess was right. Tao Guardian, I already know the secret of a Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Chiju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you disregarded your own life? Even after becoming a venerable, you are invincible in the world? Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Even if I become a venerable, I will only have 1 layer of cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the Great Tao is more enticing. Limitless, oh Limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still limitless. Demon Immortal Chiju pointed at Limitless Demon Venerable and scolded. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Just like how I am limitless, you are still Demon Immortal Chiju, isn't that so? Demon Immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. As if he was powerless from anger, he grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Come! Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Good! You are my Tao Guardian, our fates are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of a Tao Guardian, a Venerable can advance further and break through to the realm of eternal life. Demon Immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what true eternal life is. Saying so, he activated Practice Goo. The light of Practice Goo enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was dispirited. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Goo. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed. He was no different from a normal person. But it was clear that Limitless Demon Venerable's current strength had reached an unfathomable level. Because even under the investigative killer moves of the Immortals, he was still like a normal person. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's Immortals did not move, they watched quietly. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later he pulled back his arm. It was intact. Chapter 2233. The entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Limitless Demon Venerable's unscathed arm and palm. They fell into deep shock. After Goo cultivators become immortals, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it appeared, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use all their strength to fight for survival. Ordinary Goo immortals might not know, but all the Venerables had gone through the test of chaotic disasters. They knew how terrifying these tribulations were. Right now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos and was unscathed. This scene shocked all the Venerables present. As for people like Fan Yuan who knew about it, because he had not experienced it personally, his feelings were not as deep as the Venerables. You did it! After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. No, he has not. This is not true eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with a firm expression and tone. The Immortals turned to look at him. That's right, he has not. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable added, his expression suddenly showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. They drew in deep breaths. If Venerables were like infants, chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable's arm went into the chaos. He was using his body to bathe the fire. Now, he was even more reckless. He was directly devouring the fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable devoured a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged. At the same time, chaos continued to leak out of the hole. It was like a torrent that washed over his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless Demon Venerable used his killer move for the first time. A powerful aura burst out. The immortals present were all shaken. Everyone watched quietly. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge. He wanted to charge towards the true and complete immortality realm. Ever since he was young, he had always been curious. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. She wanted to understand everything, wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His identity as a venerable one had never made him feel proud. He had once walked to the top of the world, to the end of the world. He still wanted to leave. However, there was no way out. Thus, he painstakingly plotted to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire Goo cultivation world and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation he had accumulated for over 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth. The road was long gone. He opened his legs and stepped into the endless darkness with all his might. He wanted to carve out a path. This was the final charge. Limitless had used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like only a few breaths. Who? Black flames suddenly spurted out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortals' hearts shook. Then, the Limitless Demon Sovereign slowly opened his eyes and looked at the immortals. I failed. No! Me too! Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted as he attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Gu. A profound light shot out of Demon Immortal Chi Ju and landed on Limitless Demon Venerable. The black flames on Limitless Demon Venerable's body extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained a breather, he laughed, and shook his head. Chi Ju, stop! If I don't use all my strength, how will I know the result? Demon Immortal Chi Ju retorted angrily. Are you willing to give up like this? True eternal life. I also want to see it. I also want to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable sighed. He had a complex expression at this moment. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life has never existed. At the next moment. Bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless truthful floating ice pieces. No! Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time. It was like they had lost their parents. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi Ju was too deeply involved with him, the primal chaos instantly found him. He vanished into thin air. A grand pseudo-venerable could not even last for 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos great disaster was evident. The immortals were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that involved almost all the venerable schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this. Star Constellation Immortal revived, Giant Sun Immortal revived, Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but he still failed. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life? It was an extravagant hope. No! Did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer hugged his head in a daze. There is no eternal life, hee, there is no eternal life, hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit, is there no other path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were the biggest doubt of all the immortals right now. Nobody could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified, his attainment in this aspect clearly surpassed all the immortals. But he died. He failed. He lost his life in the chaotic disaster. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh! Right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Fan Yuan suddenly made a move and snatched a piece of truthful floating ice. The immortals were jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died, he turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion actually remained. The chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by Limitless Crazed Demon Formation. They were absolutely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his 1,000,000 years of hard work was not just a bubble that burst, he still left behind abundant results. Snatch! There was nothing much to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble! Large numbers of killer moves burst out, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth split. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. However, the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice floes were undamaged, and they were still shining brightly. This was normal. The chaotic disaster could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of the Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables could not do anything to them either. Rumble! The scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals were hindering each other. Get lost! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a furious roar. Golden aurora filled the sky as light burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Fan Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables dodged in panic. The golden aurora suddenly formed a whirlpool that swept one of the truthful floating ice pieces into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, scattering a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars. Their starlight was dazzling as they collided with the golden aurora, destroying both. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was swept into the golden aurora regained its freedom. It floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. All of the remaining floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to snatch away half of this eternal life research result. How could that be possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly made a move, aiming at the nearest truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sent Lu Wei-yin flying. Almost at the same time, Fan Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. He wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, but the golden light was like needles that almost pierced his body. The two venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Fan Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin were both stopped. At once, the pseudo-venerables stopped fighting. They were waiting for a new opportunity when the two venerables fought. The hole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he could suppress this small hole. But after his death, the strength he left behind weakened rapidly. Even though the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal took a glance at the hole in the world boundary, saying calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why don't we stop fighting and get rid of these pseudo-venerables first, then fix the hole and divide the truthful floating ice piece?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, using her actions to give the most direct response. At once, starlight danced and shot everywhere, all attacking Fan Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Fan Yuan and the rest blocked left and right, escaping in a sorry state. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two venerables could attack freely. Of course, they did not use their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fan Yuan and the rest were in great danger. They were struggling at the edge of life and death. If we can't hold on, the two venerables will not be able to compete. Everyone, I will retreat first. Fan Yuan shouted, pulling Qi Si Ancestor and leaving the 9th layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left. With Fan Yuan's retreat, the two venerables could not chase after him. Because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on fighting for the truthful floating ice piece. Because now, as long as either of the two venerables made a move and blocked the 9th layer, it would be very difficult for the pseudo-venerables who had retreated to come in. As long as they could stall for some time, the two venerables could keep the truthful floating ice piece. Then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. "The others can leave, but you, Fan Yuan, cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice piece that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their attitude clearly. Among the Gu Immortals present, Fan Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Fan Yuan obtained was very large. It occupied at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice piece. At this moment, the two venerables worked together to deal with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was incomparable to now. Soon, Fan Yuan was forced to use reverse flow protection seal again. Reverse flow river was almost completely used up earlier, but during this rest period, the river water in the sovereign immortal aperture recovered a little. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, reverse flow protection seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They just needed to use some ingenious methods and some time to deal with it. Chapter 2234. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent, we have to work together. Fan Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fan Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Fan Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal targeted the largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path method to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme, the two venerables could not detect it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they resisted with difficulty. Fan Yuan used Fortitude Gu, Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light. All sorts of killer moves were activated and attacked all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Qi Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone here. Her complexion quickly paled, and the starlight around her dimmed. The 10 billion thoughts in her mind were consumed in an instant, and she was close to drying up. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again and pulled a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, but there was an immortal Gu inside. This immortal Gu was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of this immortal Gu, she was willing to give up on the biggest truthful floating ice for the time being, and wanted to obtain this small piece first. After taking this immortal Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move and put away Book Mountain to defend herself. She behaved wisely. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress it. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar. Golden light shot out in all directions as he fiercely counterattacked. The attacks were rampant. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave. She was in a pitiful state. Giant Sun Immortal also took the opportunity to collect a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he would not be able to collect the biggest truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely. Because they were using all their strength to collect the truthful floating ice, they had no other choice. This also gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Fan Yuan and Paradise Earth both collected 3 or 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Xinshang, Lu Weiyin, and Qixi also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean. Only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables were heavily injured. They tried to attack but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time and attacked the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice. The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-Venerables. At this moment, Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength. Almost every breath of time, his strength was increasing. His aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 Venerable level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, you cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually draw strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, killing intent rose in her heart. Earlier, when Fan Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth would rather give up on Fan Yuan to obtain a piece of truthful floating ice, so this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the flaw of being forced to revive early and become a Venerable again. But this time, he was not a Venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, his strength would become the strongest in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed, the two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have another Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fan Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others. Friends, please lend me a hand. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and immediately used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly. He was only a step away from becoming a Venerable. I am just 1 step away, Fan Yuan. Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fan Yuan sneered. I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth? Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from jewel yellow skies, as well as all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Fan Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to jewel yellow skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth. After the transaction was completed, Fan Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two Venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up. Endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Xinshang, Lu Weiyin, and even Fa Yuan and Qi Si ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like a drop in the bucket. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed, the backlash arrived, Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him!" Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped. They quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength without regard for their own safety. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted, veins popped out on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken, his body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth was hanging on to his final breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move to protect Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan quickly came to Paradise Earth's side. "Fan Yuan!" Lu Weiyin and Xinshang's hearts shook, the light of hope flashed in their eyes. The two venerables' expressions sank. Seeing that Fan Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fan Yuan's palms slammed on Paradise Earth's back, penetrating his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Fan Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before dying, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Fan Yuan's arm. "Rest in peace, Paradise Earth." Fan Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with grievance. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Fan Yuan with a strange expression. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled as he broke the silence, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Fan Yuan, what did you do? Fan Yuan, you!" Xinshang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Si ancestor was hovering beside Fan Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Fan Yuan. Was Fan Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. It was too reckless. "Something is wrong," Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned slightly, remaining silent. The two venerables watched as Fan Yuan calmly stored Paradise Earth's corpse into his sovereign immortal aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. "Fan Yuan, what are we going to do now?" Xinshang asked anxiously. "Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables?" Lu Weiyin stomped his feet as he stared at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right?" Saying so, his aura was no longer concealed, it was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. "Stop pretending!" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan breathed out lightly. Qi tide surged and blocked all the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm. Fan Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Weiyin, Xinshang, and even Fan Yuan's Qi Si clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Fan Yuan blocked all of them, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable? Chapter 2236. Rumble. Fan Yuan's killer moves were unleashed, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Fan Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Xinshan watched as Fan Yuan fought against the two venerables with complex expressions. They asked Qixi Ancestor anxiously. Qixi Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Lu Weiyin and Xinshan were speechless. How did Fan Yuan conceal his strength so deeply? He even deceived his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also remained silent. Because the two of them discovered that Fan Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than theirs. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The two venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light surged into the sky with terrifying might. Fan Yuan gave a light shout. He activated his methods and forcefully suppressed the golden light. The down marks on him far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest's hearts jumped. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sucked in a breath of cold air, concentrating as he activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Fan Yuan's head. Initially, Fan Yuan's luck was not exposed at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see a cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Fan Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver light pillar standing in the sky. It was grand and condensed. The silver light pillar's foundation was a brown tomb. Most of it had already dissipated. Only some remnants were left. The Giant Sun Immortal sighed inwardly. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help the silver light pillar stabilize its foundation. On the other hand, it can also be seen as digging and replacing Fan Yuan's foundation. It was originally the greatest hidden danger to Fan Yuan's providence. After Fan Yuan killed Paradise, the hidden danger disappeared. The remaining graves are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fan Yuan has not completely digested. The Giant Sun Immortal looked up and saw the top of the silver pillar of light. Giant Sun Immortal had already peeked into Fan Yuan's luck when they had formed an alliance. Compared to before, the top of Fan Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. Instead, it directly pierced through, truly indomitable. At most, the 3 clouds revolved around the top of the silver pillar of light. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hide him, Fan Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned red-gold in color. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal's mind moved again. Is this a hint that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly escaping from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable being able to control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already an unprecedented feat, but it was unrealistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, what will happen? Regardless, in terms of luck, Fan Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his luck path methods. He was finally convinced now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fan Yuan with some anger. How did Fan Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression, it seemed rank 9 was nothing special. What did he treat Venerables as? If rank 9 Venerables could be achieved so easily, then what was he, Giant Sun Immortal? What were the Venerables of the past? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Fan Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness. When in the world did he become a Venerable? Did he have such cultivation level from the start? All the signs point to this. He became a Venerable at a certain point in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But his attainment level is clearly insufficient. During the battle in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both attacked Fan Yuan and destroyed the Refinement Path Primordial Domain. Wait. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. he retreated while looking at Fan Yuan. Does thieving heaven's true inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? Actually, you already have sufficient refinement path attainment level. Fan Yuan smiled, but his attacks became more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the consecutive attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to scatter flying stars. Stardust flew out like lightning, hitting Fan Yuan's back one after another. Fan Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He straightened his back and stretched his hand towards his back. Starlight was shining brightly on his back. They were the down marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Fan Yuan, all of these down marks turned into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Fan Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare for her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive attacks. And the crucial point of consecutive attacks was the down marks left behind by the flying stars. With these down marks, the subsequent flying stars could deal more and more damage to the target. But now, Fan Yuan directly turned these down marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Fan Yuan, she would be helping the enemy. Fan Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and counterattacked. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it. She could only retreat for now. This refinement path killer move is used to perfection. Fan Yuan was prepared for it. But he had been restraining himself until now. When he is rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he finally took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced Fan Yuan's true craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible for Fan Yuan to not use it just because he had not advanced to rank 9. If Fan Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective, but he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the Flying Star Killer move. During the final battle, he used it, and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a certain truth at this moment. She blurted out, "Fan Yuan, you did it on purpose during the battle in Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy Refinement Path Primordial Domain. You were feigning weakness to make us look down on you even more." Giant Sun Immortal heard this and had a flash of inspiration. He glared at Fan Yuan even more angrily. Fan Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, "Star Constellation, you overestimate me." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. "Fan Yuan, don't try to deceive me. Regardless of whether Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has refinement path true meaning or not, before you entered Primordial Domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grand Master. After coming to Primordial Domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of Refinement Path Primordial Domain, you could still become a Supreme Grand Master with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable ascension plan on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to advance to venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulation. It is very risky. You need to choose your timing carefully. Once you publicly become a Supreme Grand Master, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you advance to venerable quickly, the three realms are not united yet. The success of limitless eternal life is still far away. You still need to wait. Adding on the countermeasure of limitless, even if your strength increases after advancing to venerable, you will not be able to use it. Thirdly, you are not a venerable. You will be subconsciously ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Finally, back then, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know to what extent I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been concealing your methods, waiting until the situation becomes clear, and after we exhaust each other's methods, We will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Fan Yuan's attacks while analyzing, exposing Fan Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable to compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He tried to advance to Venerable Realm under the eyes of the two Venerables, but was heavily injured by the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis, and immediately understood. With a loud roar, he stepped on Golden Aurora and counterattacked Fan Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fan Yuan from another direction. Chapter 2237. The enemy was ferocious. Fan Yuan evaded for the moment. Giant Sun Immortal chased after him, shouting. Back then, I entered the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also entered. What a great scheme! If you had stayed outside, you would have had to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven. Back then, because of the arrangements of the Celestial Court, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate it. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still entered the door of life and death. Because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would be healed. Giant Sun Immortal had been trying to use this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had deep foundations, he had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to start from the door of life and death. By entering the door of life and death, he could find out the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he could destroy this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They could work together. If possible, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death allowed him to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods regarding emotions. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really have no way to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the Eternal Life research results still needed some time to brew, and he had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon formation to monitor the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, at that time, the Crazed Demon Cave was a three-way struggle. In addition to the Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, the Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and the Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Land. In the end, in this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely, leaving him with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. Paradise entered the gate of life and death. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left this place. Even though they did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom! Fan Yuan retaliated. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken and forced back. The Giant Sun Immortal let out a low roar. Fan Yuan, you want to see Paradise being forced to reincarnate ahead of time, right? What great acting skills, great acting skills! After exiting the gate of life and death, I fell into Qin Dingling's trap and fell into a disadvantageous position. I needed your help, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You fell for her trap on purpose. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation. This way, the Qi-Si clone would be restricted and John Buddha would not be able to leave. You just sat there and watched as we exhausted each other. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was still an immortal zombie back then. he was suppressed by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and schemed against by thieving heaven demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was destroyed. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had his biggest trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not use it because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth made a move. Paradise Earth did not attack star constellation Immortal Venerable directly. Instead, he tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately rescued Fan Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's thoughts were quite unfathomable. However, after Fan Yuan was rescued, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card to revive completely. Fan Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling, but how could this be concealed from Giant Sun Immortal? His mind was clear. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and cooperated with star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His sovereign immortal aperture suffered a calamity and tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. It was at that time, when your immortal aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up, you used the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade, adding calamity upon calamity and deceiving everyone. You finally passed the tribulation and became a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. He thought that he had succeeded in his plan. He had detected the decline of Fan Yuan's luck and the aura of calamity and tribulation on his body. To think that Fan Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the heavenly Tao blockade, breaking through an even greater calamity and tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal's methods, he could not create black fire in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant of the chaotic calamity. Fan Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fan Yuan and continued. You became a venerable right under our noses just like that. I had thought that you were not proficient in concealment techniques, but to think that you had such astonishing attainment in this aspect, you were able to conceal your cultivation level all along. You actually deceived me, you deceived star constellation Immortal Venerable. No, Paradise Earth was also deceived by you. Fan Yuan, this great swindler, actually managed to deceive them to the end. The Venerables were all fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang looked at each other. They were filled with shock. The fight between the Venerables was getting more intense. They were gradually using their full strength. They could not interfere. The Qi-Si clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Fan Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Xinshang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration. After all, Fan Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed the two great existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Xinshang were furious. The two of them had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death could be said to be mostly due to Fan Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his biggest secret in the end. He could absorb and digest the truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fan Yuan had purposely transacted with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly. He was trying to provoke the two Venerables to attack Paradise Earth with full force. But in the end, the two Venerables' attacks helped Fan Yuan instead, allowing Fan Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Devious, sinister, and vicious. These words circulated in Xinshang and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all directed at Fan Yuan. Rumble. The golden aurora retreated. The starlight dimmed. Fan Yuan's aura was unparalleled. He was like a tiger that could devour everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt bitter in their mouths. They had fought until now, they had expended a lot of energy. Their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there, they had not been healed yet. In contrast, Fan Yuan had been restraining himself and concealing his strength. He was too scheming. Boom! The three Venerables fought again. Fan Yuan had the upper hand. The two venerables were defeated, they coughed out blood, their injuries worsened. Fan Yuan wore a snow-white robe, his hair fluttered in the wind as he rampaged in the battlefield, his aura overwhelming the mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted, "Early in life, I knew the difficulties of the world, yet I still allow myself to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blow along the way, my body feels like cotton, floating in the sea of life, I travel alone. Tempered by the heart of iron, racking my brains to forge a sword. Today, my sword points to the clouds, refine Gu, refine humans, and even refine heaven." Fan Yuan's attacks were like raging waves, they engulfed the entire battlefield and the 8 extreme directions of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them, they were forced to retreat. Fan Yuan grabbed with his hand, the final truthful floating ice flew towards him. "Don't even think about it!" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the last moment. The door of life and death burst out with a strong suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. A killer move landed on Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan wanted to take the truthful floating ice, he exposed a flaw. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, joy and surprise on their faces. But at the next moment, Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River. A killer move that used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Fan Yuan. A path of life formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fan Yuan returned to the battlefield in an instant, leaving the furious spectral soul demon venerable behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids twitched. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Fan Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fan Yuan tried to evade it with a troubled expression. He eventually declared that the deduction was a failure. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw Fan Yuan's proficiency in using this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan already had this move. But he still used Dang Hun Luo Pasil to stall Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed softly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a violent mood, his mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Fan Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was extremely chaotic. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luo Pasil. With one attack, Fan Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. After Fan Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his down marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's. Fan Yuan roared as he chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice. Star Constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, verdant Great Sun's sigh could be heard from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roars and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Fan Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom! With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. There was silence again. Chapter 2238. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was barren, the grass was mostly yellow and withered weeds. The sky was gray and overcast, there was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. In this ordinary place, dozens of Gu immortals were gathered. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on 2 of them. One was a male immortal. He wore a yellow-brown leather robe of northern plains, he had a thick red leather belt, he wore a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding, it was more like an ordinary face. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his name was Chu Du, he was the Domination Immortal. Facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Her face was half covered by a visor that covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half was exposed, but she had strong facial features. Her eyebrows were sharp, her eyes were bright, she had a heroic aura. She was the famous Gu immortal world of Northern Plains, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all sorts of experts without losing once. As for her true identity, He Lulan, very few Gu immortals knew about it. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu tribe's rank 7 expert, the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Chang, she took the initiative to challenge Chudu. Chudu did not cower, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle spread, it affected the sensitive nerves of Northern Plains immortals. They paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chudu, you are finally here! He Lulan's eyes were burning with battle intent. A confrontation of strength path. I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Chudu happily replied. Regardless of the outcome, I would like to invite you to Chu Tribe as a guest. We can exchange insights on strength path cultivation. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chudu, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you have the qualifications. Let's fight. Chudu smiled. Please. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony. She flew up like lightning, flying into the clouds. Hoo hoo hoo. Numerous figures suddenly shot down from the clouds like shooting stars, diving down towards Chudu. Chudu raised his head to look. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed became even faster. He pulled apart the distance and used the killer move, pushing his palms upwards. Rumble. A surge of energy surged out. The wave of chi swept out. He Lulan's strength path silhouette was crushed like a bubble under the wild attack. Chudu pushed out his palm again, and the dark clouds above his head were instantly swept away, revealing a clear sky of several dozen miles. Bright sunlight shone down. He Lulan, who had disappeared into the clouds, was also exposed. He Lulan's expression was solemn. With the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was also ready. The next moment, she clasped her hands into fists, raised them high above her head, and smashed them down towards Chudu with a thunderous explosion. The air distorted, and the fist shadow almost instantly blasted in front of Chudu. Chudu raised his arms and blocked the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, he was forced back by 100 steps. But he soon stopped in the air, shaking his arms as a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception. Her attacks were like a storm, continuous and unending. Chudu blocked again and again, and counterattacked. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar, the commotion shaking heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides attentively. Spectacular, to think that strength path Gu immortals also have so many long-range methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chudu are evenly matched. Humph, it is still too early to say. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength path Gu immortals are strongest in close combat. These two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chudu was steady like a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range methods. After a dozen or so rounds, both sides suddenly charged and fiercely collided in the middle. An explosion shook the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare contest of strength path. Whoever wins will be the #1 strength path expert in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated strength path. After all, strength path was declining. It was not a concept that had existed for 50 or 60 years. It had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chudu was publicly recognized as a strength path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan's sudden appearance and her specialized path surprised many Gu immortals. To think that another freak expert would appear in strength path. Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks. They were locked in a stalemate. Offense and defense continued to switch. Enormous strength was contained in every strike. Be it Chudu or He Lulan, neither had the slightest intention of retreating. They fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between Strength Path Gu immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned. It was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight against either Chu-Du or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be dire. Every time Chu-Du and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion, the surrounding air distorted, air currents surged, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Compared to long-range combat, Strength Path was more suited for close-range combat. For Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path, every ordinary punch or kick was threatening enough. The advantage of close-range combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chu-Du fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat if they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, if I encounter Strength Path Gu immortals, I cannot let them get close to me. Punches and kicks are used too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in this battle. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? Another dozen or so rounds passed. Chu-Du gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lulan was strong and had many methods, she was inferior to Chu-Du in terms of battle experience. Her cultivation time could not compare to Chu-Du. Chu-Du relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate his advantage bit by bit. As these advantages accumulated, He Lulan was gradually forced into a disadvantage. Chen Qing, Yin Wu Kei, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade, it flashed for an instant. She knew that if she did not try to change this, she would be the one who would lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared as her punches and kicks flew like a tidal wave, crashing towards Chu-Du. Chu-Du was like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he did not budge. He Lulan was not surprised. She retreated while Chu-Du was blocking her attacks. At the same time, she started to prepare her killer move. Chu-Du smiled as he quickly got close. Oh no! Chen Qing saw this and cried out. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and understood that Chu-Du had been waiting for this opportunity. Chu-Du burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner. She could only stop her killer move and use her fists and kicks to fight against Chu-Du, blocking his relentless attacks. Precisely so, she rashly stopped her killer move midway. The killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash that caused He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chu-Du created this opportunity and also used it to force He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chu-Du had the complete upper hand. Cheers erupted. The voices came from Chu-Du's adopted children, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Humph, don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, dark capital strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. With a tiger's roar, a huge pitch-black tiger sent Chu-Du flying with a claw. The huge pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu-Du. Chu-Du quickly turned around to block. Although he blocked another attack from the dark capital strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground from the recoil. It appeared! Fairy Black Moon's signature method, dark capital strength Biao! Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Lao Wu had a cold expression. This was the first time he had seen it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It normally resides on the skin, but when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. Indeed. Hao Jun gritted his teeth. If not for this move, my first Supreme Elder would have already obtained victory. Chapter 2239. The dark capital strength Biao had incredible speed. It was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized his footing, he hurriedly used a healing method on his body and immediately entered the battle. She cooperated with the dark capital strength Biao, pincer attacks from both sides, suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a sorry state. His robe was torn in many places. His defense was at a disadvantage. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth, injuries accumulated on his body. Chu Clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. From this situation, they could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The dark capital strength Biao gave He Lulan a huge advantage. "You will be defeated like this." He Lulan took the chance and shouted, using his killer move, 8 directions battle strength. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures he could not get out. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the dark capital strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du. If this bite landed, even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly. "I finally caught you!" At the next moment, a strength path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The dark capital strength Biao was caught off guard. It growled and tried to struggle. But it only lasted for a breath of time before the strength path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Immortal killer move, battle strength evaporation. Chu Du burst out with a powerful aura. His body expanded as he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. His upper body was exposed, his skin was red, all the pores on his body opened up, sweat turned into steam and enveloped his entire body. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth combined strength. Chu Du stretched out his arms and clapped his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding Thousand Li was enveloped and restricted by a formless force. The Gu immortals could not move, they were like mosquitoes that fell into oil. Affected by this killer move, the dark capital strength Biao's speed fell drastically, its threat to Chu Du fell to rock bottom. "This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move!" He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was more exquisite than she had expected. "I didn't want to use it." He Lulan snorted internally, before activating Expend Strength Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This rank 7 immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expend Strength. The situation was dire, so He Lulan immediately activated this technique. When this move was being prepared, it was soundless. When it was unleashed, its aura would suddenly erupt. It was swift and violent. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he didn't manage to do so. After being hit by this move, each of his movements, even his killer moves, required more than half of his strength. He Lulan took advantage of Chu Du's decline to launch another fierce attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the heaven and earth combined strength killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. No matter what the result of this battle is, these two are peak rank 7s in Northern Plains. With such terrifying battle strength, they can probably challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chu Du Black Moon, in the current world they are the pillars of strength path. The Gu immortals sighed deeply. At this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had already won everyone's admiration. They were evenly matched. The immortals were even more interested in the final outcome of the battle. Amazing, this is amazing. Chu Du had many fractures, his robe was dyed with blood, but he laughed loudly. This battle made him excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lulan in every minute detail. Little by little, they affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried all ways to salvage the situation, but the more rushed she was, the more flaws there were. Chu Du could take advantage of them. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength killer move. How can he still have such endurance? Chu Du did not tire at all. He Lulan could not help but feel bewildered. Chu Du had deep strength. He Lulan was already using her full strength, but she could not take down Chu Du currently. she could only hope that 70% expended strength killer move would tire Chu-Do out. However, another dozen or so rounds passed. Before Chu-Do got tired, Hei Lulon was already at a complete disadvantage. She was in a precarious situation. Hei Lulon gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose. In this situation, she could only take a risk. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao growled and pounced at Hei Lulon. Hei Lulon did not retreat, she moved forward instead, fusing into the dark capital strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the dark capital strength Biao's huge body shrunk at lightning speed, turning into a half-beast half-human form. It stuck to the surface of Hei Lulon's armor like smoke, or an illusion. This was a higher level of usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected, their battle strength would rise sharply. Chu-Do lose! Hei Lulon shouted. Her tiger wings flapped as she instantly appeared in front of Chu-Do. Chu-Do raised his arms. Hei Lulon's fists landed on his arms. A huge force exploded like thunder. The surrounding air exploded as Chu-Do flew out uncontrollably. Chu-Do stomped on the ground, creating a long trench. He was still flying back when Hei Lulon suddenly appeared above Chu-Do. Boom! With another heavy blow, Hei Lulon sent Chu-Do crashing into the ground. Bam bam bam! Hei Lulon floated in the air. Her punches rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed. The terrifying power made many Gu immortals pale. Lord Chu-Do! Godfather! Chu Clan's Gu immortals shouted with worry. Hei Lulon was too powerful. She was suppressing Chu-Do. He could not retaliate at all. Enough is enough, stop Heiyu. Chu-Do's voice came from the pit. He spoke with much difficulty. Hei Lulon ignored him. Her punches rained down. Is Chu-Do admitting defeat? Wu Guan asked excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With his reminder, everyone realized that Hei Lulon's gaze was like that of a wild beast. She had lost her rationality. She was only using her killing instinct to control her killer moves. Chu Clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we will win. This killer move is too strong. Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation failed. She might even lose her life due to the backlash. But right at this time, a figure pounced out. It was Chu-Do. But Chu-Do's next action was out of everyone's expectations. He forcefully endured the intense attacks. Disregarding his own life, he forcefully got close to Hei Lulon and placed his hand on Hei Lulon's shoulder. A shockwave spread out. Hei Lulon and the dark capital strength Biao separated. Hei Lulon regained her rationality. Her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu-Do's right chest. But Chu-Do used his method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, Hei Lulon fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not diminish. It appeared behind Chu-Do and bit down. Stop! Hei Lulon shouted in her mind. Her thoughts burst out. She wanted to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, Chu-Do would definitely pay with his life if he was hit like this. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under Hei Lulon's control. It was extremely ferocious. Right when Hei Lulon thought that Chu-Do was going to die, a powerful aura burst out of Chu-Do's body. The killer move arrived immediately, sending the dark capital strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level? Chu-Do became a rank 8 Gu immortal? My first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? Hei Lulon stared with wide eyes, staring at Chu-Do. Why? While saying this, she pulled back her left hand from Chu-Do's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by Hei Lulon, but it was not an offensive method, it was a healing killer move. Chu-Do's expression was pale as he accepted her goodwill, smiling at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight you. A fair fight. Because Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Let us continue like this, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chu Du expressed his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, He Lulan was speechless. The dark capital Strength Biao was repelled by Chu Du, it flew back. But now, He Lulan had regained control of it. The dark capital Strength Biao was damaged in many places, it rested on He Lulan's body. He Lulan gave Chu Du a deep look before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chu Du, you've won this battle. In this battle that affected Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, even though Chu Du won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a high-level character among Gu immortals. Be it himself or Chu clan, their reputations soared. During the intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his cultivation level and fought with Fairy Black Moon with only rank 7 cultivation level. Finally, Chu Du disregarded his own life and saved Fairy Black Moon. All of these made the neutral Gu immortals have a good impression of him. Even Yin Wukei, Qin Qing, Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu clan, one of his adopted sons suggested holding a celebratory banquet and inviting immortals to use this battle to raise Chu clan's reputation. But Chu Du rejected it. Chu Du kept a low profile regarding this battle. However, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal still had a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue Fan Yuan became a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar, immortals were shocked. Chapter 2240. The fascinating thing about Venerable Gu was not just the charismatic main character, Guyue Fan Yuan, but also the other characters that left a deep impression. It could be said that Venerable Gu was not just a biography of Fan Yuan, it was also a grand stage where countless characters would show their prowess. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, Peng De, Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai, Zhan Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Ronan, Shang Xincii, Yang Sanmu, Lu Weiyin, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, Duke Long, Qin Dingling, Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Duyue Fanjing, Yuan Qiongdu, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Qin Yi, Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal, Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyun, Wang Xiaoer, Song Zixing, Bo Qing, Ruan Dan, Di Zhangxing, Shabi 95. Mao Li Qiu, Qing Chou, Bing Sai Chuan, Chu Du, Dong Fan Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Ma Hong Yun, Old Ancestors Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Xing, Nie Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Xin Shang, Song Yishur, Xia Han Mo, Zui Xianwing, Miao Mingxin, Shi Clan's First Supreme Elder, Fang Gong, Fang Di Chang, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan. Old Immortal Kong Ju, Who Immortal Land Spirit of Langia, the 10. Venerables, Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, Limitless, Reckless Savage, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, Paradise Earth, Great Dream, Mythology's Human Ancestor, Verdant Great Sun, Desolate Gyue, Northern Dark Eye Soul, Boundless Forest Samsara, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, Great Strength True Martial, Carefree Wisdom Heart. Among these characters, there were pure humans and variant humans, there were sinister heroes and kind-hearted girls, there were mortals and Gu immortals, there were losers and winners. There were unfathomable legends, and there were also valiant heroes with outstanding achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths and possessed all kinds of Gu worms. They had their own stories, their own pain, their own misfortunes, and also their own glory and fortuitous encounters that belonged solely to them. They also had their own ambitions. Some were selfish, some were thinking for the sake of their race, and some even surpassed their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Perhaps you have something to say to them? Then, come and participate in the book friend character selection. Currently, there was only the main character, Fan Yuan, in the character list of this book. It was completely empty. Who can accompany the protagonist, Fan Yuan, and become the symbolic character of this book? Participating steps. There was a post under Venomous Insect Masters Character Selection thread in Chidian's book review and comments section. Chapter 2241. Fan Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea's surface was dyed red. Seabirds were chirping, the sea breeze was gentle. This place was still some distance away from Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters, but it was not far. This is good. Fan Yuan quickly descended, landing on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Fan Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Fan Yuan directly used the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the entire island, before spreading from the sky, the sea surface, and the bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 now, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose to go to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters, or go to a place like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Fan Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could act openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him now, Fan Yuan would be more than happy to see it. Fan Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense surged as he entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was called White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger. It was like an apricot and had an orange-yellow color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. But at this moment, he was still slightly agitated. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fan Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A pale yellow light the size of a fist flowed out of Fan Yuan's dantian. Next, the pale yellow light slowly flowed and covered Fan Yuan's entire body. The focus was on the injuries on Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan had hundreds of injuries on his body. Most of them were only treated roughly before he returned. Even now, there were still many wounds that were bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on the bones or in the mangled flesh. The pale yellow radiance flowed in, and wherever it went, the starlight would dissipate and the golden clouds would vanish. This meant that the down marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal left on Fan Yuan were all refined by Fan Yuan. However, the process of refinement was not pleasant. Intense pain kept coming. Fan Yuan's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Finally, the pale yellow light stopped on Fan Yuan's severed arm. This lasted for an hour before the pale yellow radiance dissipated. Fan Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly relaxed. After resting for a while, he immediately activated the compound killer move man as before. In the next moment, all the injuries on his body disappeared, and his severed arm was completely restored. However, when Fan Yuan held the new hand, he still felt a little weak. But this was already enough to satisfy him. Fan Yuan's injuries were severe, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were also not in a good state. Fan Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Fan Yuan had the killer move Refine Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the down marks on a goo cultivator's body and turn them into his own. This method originated from Fan Yuan's previous killer move, Self-Cleansing. Fan Yuan used this to refine all the down marks left behind by the Flying Star Killer move during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star Killer move. His physical injuries were healed, and his soul was also at its peak state. Fan Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was first struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, causing calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Fan Yuan's secret manipulation, it attacked the heavenly Tao's blockade and suffered the chaotic calamity. The entire sovereign immortal aperture suffered heavy losses. Its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before Crazed Demon Cave, it had less than 20% of its original foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation. It was a tragic sight. However, even before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already expected this situation and made preparations for it. Fan Yuan focused his mind. Thoughts surged as he activated the compound immortal killer move, landscape as before. The sovereign immortal aperture's middle year essence pool, as well as the various year essence branch pools, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the river of time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of landscape as before. It quickly engulfed the mini 5 regions and the mini 9 heavens. The phantom water of the river of time quickly disappeared, but what was left behind were many resource points, mountains, and rivers that were restored to their original state. The Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture saw this and cheered. Their morale was greatly boosted. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the year essence pool and created the time path zones, he had already planned to coordinate with landscape as before. With this method, the water of the river of time in the year essence pool almost dried up. Many of the time path zones only existed in name. The sovereign immortal aperture's time difference with the outside world was greatly reduced. It would take a long time for the year essence pool to accumulate enough water of the river of time to increase the sovereign immortal aperture's time speed again. The sovereign immortal aperture thus recovered 40% of its foundation. This way, the sovereign immortal aperture only lost 40% of its foundation. It greatly reduced the amount of time, effort, and resources that Fan Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the chaotic calamity. Landscape as before was not an effective killer move. The Gu immortals who died in the chaotic calamity could not revive through human sea. There were many other losses. The immortal essence losses were huge. The vast amount of rank 8 immortal essence reserves was now left with only 10%. It had fallen below the danger line and was in a dangerous situation. This was one of the reasons why Fan Yuan stopped, and did not make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Fan Yuan was a Venerable now. The rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that he produced was far more durable than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that had once given Fan Yuan a huge amount of help to his immortal reserves was now sharply decreasing. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was close to the outside world. Fan Yuan's immortal essence storage efficiency was not high. And in the near future, Fan Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal aperture while refining the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of immortal essence. The immortal essence shortage is huge. Immortal Yuan stone is already of little use to me. If I increase the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow regardless of the consequences, it is not appropriate either. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were dream path or pill path, did not pose much of a threat to Fan Yuan. What Fan Yuan was wary of was the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. Even though he had already survived a chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. But this was only a heavenly Tao blockade. The scale of the chaotic disaster was far smaller than the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased too quickly, Fan Yuan would quickly attract a chaotic disaster. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even die. Other venerables would take advantage of him. Immortal essence replenishment was a problem. Other than this loss, Fan Yuan also lost a large number of immortal Gu. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after the Gu immortals died, Fan Yuan did not take back their immortal Gu or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal Gu houses that Fan Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan's immortal Gu losses this time, other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, none of the other superforces could afford it. Thankfully, during the middle and later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan consciously reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhan Buddha died, his will sent many precious transformation path immortal Gu into jewel yellow skies. Other than Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu, many Gu immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal Life, Xiaohe Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fan Yuan's clone, Zhan Buddha, died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Some died in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture while resisting the calamities and tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea, they needed to cultivate to become immortals again. The other group of people could not be revived. Among these people was the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Last Combat Beast King. His death made Fan Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man was a hard-working person, he was of great help to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Fan Yuan could not revive. Other than these material losses, Fan Yuan also suffered a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that his killer moves were exposed. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore, they needed to be modified. If he fought against other Venerables in the future, using the same killer moves would bring huge risks to Fan Yuan. Compared to these losses, Fan Yuan gained much more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan had huge gains, he was the undisputed number 1 winner. Firstly, Fan Yuan plundered the first 7 layers, he obtained a vast number of chaotic Dao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to obtain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to advance to rank 9 immortal Gu refinement. Second was Primordial Domain. Fan Yuan's Primordial Domain was about the same as Giant Sun Immortals, it was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain's value was huge, especially to Fan Yuan. Third was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. These included how to digest the truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path cultivation level. Fourth was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court, and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortals methods, their combat system, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Clouds Suppressing City Painting Path Formation, Ruan Dan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremes Formation, Calamity Luck Alters Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and so on. The 5th gain was also Fan Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose, he became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From today onwards he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player, he could openly make arrangements in the world and rule over the 5 regions. In the history of humanity and variant humans, his name had to be recorded. At this point, he stood side by side with the previous 10 sages, he was like the sun that illuminated the world. The other Gu immortals, no matter how heroic they were like stars in the sky. Guyue Fan Yuan, the 11th venerable of the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator who became a venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2242. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal was standing in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal was emitting rank 8 aura, he had a high status, he was the current first supreme elder of Shin Clan, Shin Songxing. Rumble, the stone door of the secret room opened as 2 Gu immortals walked out. The leader wore a gray robe, He had long black and white hair that draped over his shoulders. It was Xinxiang. He cultivated human path. Hiding in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter for him. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen to pseudo-venerable battle strength. After Xinxiang walked out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu Immortal behind him. "Friend Lu, please." This Gu Immortal wore simple clothes made of sackcloth. His body was strong like a bear. He wore a conical hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin, who had survived Kray's demon cave. Lu Weiyin cupped his fists. "Senior Shin's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have already healed. I can only repay this favor in the future." Xinxiang laughed heartily. "Friend Lu, don't worry about it. You don't need to call me senior. In Kray's demon cave, we fought side by side, we cooperated closely. With such camaraderie, we can treat each other as equals." Shin Songxing smiled and said, "The two of you, the banquet has been prepared, please come with us." Before Lu Weiyin could be modest, Xinxiang laughed heartily, grabbing his arm and passionately bringing him into the banquet. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the peak of red sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 pavilions. Xinxiang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Shin Songxing sat at the end. There was no need to mention the delicacies and wine on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only took a small sip as he looked into the distance. The sea was like a mirror. There were no waves. The setting sun was shining brightly. The clouds were like fire. "What a beautiful scene!" Lu Weiyin praised. At this time, countless birds were chirping on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly, creating a beautiful melody. For a moment, the sounds of nature mixed together, and spread far and wide between the vast sea and sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but reveal a look of indulgence. He closed his eyes and admired it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. "I've long heard of the Eastern Sishan clan's red sandalwood 10,000 Sparrow Islands reputation. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of the Kray's demon cave alive and witness this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it's good to be alive." Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8. His defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in the Kray's demon cave had fully allowed him to feel the feeling of being weak. Not mentioning the hardships, Lu Weiyin was on the verge of death many times. Thinking back to those dangerous situations, Lu Weiji still had lingering fear. Shin Songxing was instantly curious. If not for the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What exactly happened in Kray's demon cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, even Guyue and Fan Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though their gains were not small, Fan Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Kray's demon cave. Now that the world was in an uproar, after the Gu Immortal's shock, they were filled with immense curiosity. Shin Songxing was one of them. Lu Weiyin and Xinxiang looked at each other as they talked about the battle in Kray's demon cave with complex expressions. After Shin Songxing heard it, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's Pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's Strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Regret, as well as Guyue and Fan Yuan's Patience. The scale of this battle was simply too high. As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Xinxiang, they all became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fan Yuan lost close to 100 Gu Immortals, while only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Kray's demon cave, countless living beings including Ye Feng, Butian Kong, and Duan Hu perished. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his pursuit of eternal life. Fan Yuan became the biggest winner. Shin Songxing frowned as he asked the two immortals. I still have three things that I don't understand. Firstly, if I were limitless demon venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such risks? With such strength, I can even suppress the world. If this crazed demon formation failed, I might as well set up another one. Xinshan shook his head. Limitless demon venerable was determined to pursue the Tao. He had 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning. How could he be satisfied without testing it? Lu Weiyin added. His state back then probably could not last for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living goo immortal. At least, when he died, he did not lose his flesh and immortal aperture. He turned back into many truthful floating ice pieces. So that's it? Shin Songxing nodded as he asked. Secondly, did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really leave him alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable at first. His emotions surged, and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by star constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world wall. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions became emotionless. He could be said to be emotionless. He even treated the hole in the world wall as his biggest target. He used his body to suppress it, ignoring everything else. His state was strange. He was like a soul beast. Xinshan said. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this? Lu Wei and I had discussed it long ago, but there was no conclusion. In my opinion, the Venerables do not have a definite answer. They are at most guesses. After Fan Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice piece, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the hole in the world wall, the three Venerables gave up. After the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were also very weak. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is dealing with the hole in the world wall, it is a wise move to ignore it for now. Saying so, Xinshan looked at Lu Weiyin and continued. As for how to deal with it in the future, whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality or not, we cannot estimate that. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer, unable to break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Shin Songxing asked at the end. Thirdly, that Fan Yuan's scheme to become a Venerable has already been exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I do not understand, why does Fan Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Dang Hun Luo Pasil, as well as the killer move that uses Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I cannot understand it. It would be fine if it were other aspects, but Fan Yuan's expertise and wisdom path has always been in defending against deductions of others. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the Celestial Court. How could he have such great gains in his killer moves? Don't tell me, he also made huge progress in wisdom path? But isn't this progress a little too huge? Forget about Dang Hun Luo Pasil, the killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death easily used 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He even managed to replicate a life path. Lu Weiyin and Xinshan shook their heads, expressing that they did not know. The former sighed. If not for Fan Yuan being so unexpected, he would not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses. After eating and drinking, Shin Songxing took out cups and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Xinshan. Lu Weiyin watched for a while before noticing something, asking with great interest. Could it be 6 sound tea? Shin Songxing smiled. It is just a small trick, please allow me to make a fool of myself. Lu Weiyin said with a solemn expression. Shin Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I would be able to taste it today. In Luck Path, there is a saying, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. There is also a saying, after surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6 sound tea was a set of tea with a total of 6 small cups. The brewing process, temperature, type of cup, order of drinking, and specific drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all extremely detailed. Shin Tsongxing continuously used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tongue Sound. The tea was clear and bright. It was like the clear autumn sky, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without any trace of pollution. He felt carefree, like he had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all worries. Shin Tsongxing made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique texture. It was soft like cotton instead of tea. But it melted in his mouth, turning into a cold stream of water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called Jiangyi Sab. But halfway through, Shin Tsongxing's tears flowed down. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Shin Tsongxing quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Shin Shang's treatment and Shin Clan's hospitality. He knew that the highlight of the show was coming. He asked Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder, "Why are you crying?" Shin Tsongxing said, "Thank you for your concern. I am so ashamed that I am shedding tears. My Shin Clan has been established for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in my generation, I, Shin Tsongxing, am incapable and immoral, causing my Shin Clan to be on the verge of destruction? This great red sandalwood myriad sparrow island, Shin Clan has millions of people. They are all going to turn into illusions." Shin Shang heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin said, "Are you worried about Fan Yuan?" "That's right. Not long ago, I received news that this Lord Demon Venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. 5 restriction profound light chi covers the surrounding 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. Shin Clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful." Shin Tsongxing said this as tears flowed down his face again. P.S. Thank you to the old Alliance leader Hysterical Elegance for your generous rewards. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to 3rd Langya for becoming the new Alliance leader. Chapter 2243. The dignified Shin family's first Supreme Elder really had tears streaming down his face at this moment. Of course, Shin Tsongxing's fear of Fan Yuan was part of it, but more than that, he had other plans. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it together. This news could not be fake. Fan Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while Qi Si Ancestor was Fan Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about this. Previously, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had always supported Qi Si Ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist Fan Yuan's variant human alliance. It turned out that the leader of both sides was Fan Yuan. It could be said that all of the superclans of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path were toyed with by Fan Yuan. After Shin Tsongxing learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon, he felt fear and unease. Shin Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had a lot of assets and controlled 7 seas. How could they face Fan Yuan? Previously, when Fan Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces disregarded the past and worked together to elect Qi Si Ancestor, barely stabilizing the situation. But now that Fan Yuan became a pseudo-venerable, Shin Clan and the other superforces could not escape. Because their foundation was in Eastern Sea, they could not move. Even if they moved, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border or western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Fan Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be doomed. Next, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerables as leaders. They could resist Fan Yuan. But there were many superforces there. How could there be room for outsiders like Shin Clan to develop? If they were oppressed by Fan Yuan in Eastern Sea, would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shin Clan sided with other venerables, they would be used as cannon fodder when the war erupted. Thus, Shin gathered the clan's Gu immortal elites and discussed for a long time. They felt that pledging allegiance to Fan Yuan was the best choice now. Although it was a little shameful, Fan Yuan had become a demon lord after all. Anyone would understand. After Shin made up his mind to rely on Fan Yuan, he thought about it further. Since he was going to rely on Fan Yuan, the Shin family would be the first to do it, and it would definitely be more beneficial. If Shin clan took the initiative to link up with pseudo-venerables like Lu Wei-yin and instigate other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to side with Fan Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Fan Yuan. Shin secretly reported this plan to Shin Shang. Shin Shang thought about it for a long time and felt that it was feasible. And it was best to convince Lu Wei-yin first. Shin Shang felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Wei-yin. Even though he rarely met Lu Wei-yin, they had a deep relationship. Shin Shang had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor and southern border. According to the relationship between sects in Zhongzhou State, the two of them could be regarded as fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Wei-yin and Shin Shang had been fighting side by side and did not have any dirty thoughts. This time, Shin Shang took the initiative to use human path methods to heal Lu Wei-yin's injuries. If he relied on Lu Wei-yin's earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Shin cried while Shin Shang sat at the side and drank tea, waiting for Lu Wei-yin's reaction. Lu Wei-yin sighed internally. He had already understood. Shin Shang and Fan Yuan's relationship was unclear. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist the Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Shin Shang left Divine Emperor City and immediately fought against the Celestial Court because of Fan Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Wei-yin? Where should he go from here? Lu Wei-yin had actually considered this problem for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed again. 3 venerables faced off, and there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. As a pseudo-venerable, Lu Wei-yin was clear of his position. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of a fight between venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal fell into a deadlock, they recruited Fan Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. These people were the best bargaining chips to tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fan Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Other than the fact that the 3 venerables were not in good condition and were wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus, Lu Wei-yin and the rest returned safely. Lu Wei-yin pondered. If Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the pursuit battle, I helped Fan Yuan ambush Spectral Soul because I wanted to borrow Fan Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now, Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Fan Yuan. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. He had an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by either Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Wei-yin would feel slightly better. But the truth was that Fan Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And the reason why Fan Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul was because of Lu Wei-yin's desperate ambush. Shin Shang observed his expression. He knew that Lu Wei-yin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Wei-yin's conflicted emotions. Shin Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Shin Songxing, however, did not have this concern. He urged. In my opinion, Lord Lu Wei-yin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fan Yuan. It was mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final orders. After pausing for a moment, Shin Songxing continued. Furthermore, even though Fan Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was only the final blow. But that was only the final attack. The main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed to the sky. He had no choice but to nod and say, "That makes sense." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed, the world has turned upside down. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, would only be a fugitive. Right now, even though the Mushroom Man blessed land is still around, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are Fan Yuan's hostages. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Xinshang, we have a deep friendship from battle. I wonder if you have any ideas. What can you teach me? I will definitely listen. Xinshang coughed. I will not hide it from you. I am probably going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. In fact, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we already had an agreement with Lord Fan Yuan. Afterwards, we cooperated and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Kray's Demon Cave. We cooperated several times. Lord Fan Yuan did not mistreat my Shin clan. Of course, to say that Fan Yuan was trustworthy? That was pure nonsense. He was a demon venerable after all. It is just that Shin clan's foundation is here. The future is uncertain if we move. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shin clan was a huge clan with many Gu Immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to maintain their own cultivation. They also needed to nurture new Gu Immortal seeds. Of course, every Gu Immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient just by relying on the resources in the immortal aperture. If they could do this, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials. The 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too great. Hearing Xinshang's words, Lu Weiyin nodded with a heavy expression. Brother Shin has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I, Lu Weiyin, will follow you this time. Xinshang and Shinsongxing looked at each other, muttering internally, "Sly old fox." Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Xinshang's favor for healing him. Sure enough, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Xinshang coughed. It is for the best that Lu Weiyin has made this decision. In the future, we will be able to take care of each other. Shinsongxing quickly went along with this suggestion. He suggested using Xinshang and Lu Weiyin, with Shin clan as the leader and the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fan Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed to it on the spot. Shinsongxing made 6 sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Xinshang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin into the stone room to continue healing his injuries. Lu Weiyin and Xinshang's injuries were severe. A single treatment was definitely not enough. Even if Xinshang used human path methods, he would need some time to get rid of the venerable Dao marks on his injuries. Early in the morning of the second day, Shinsongxing set off to visit the other super clans. His plan was progressing quite smoothly. Originally, these super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, but when they heard that Xinshang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fan Yuan, they all heard about it. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already died in Kray's Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among these 3, Xinshang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fan Yuan, while the remaining Qi Si ancestor was the righteous Qi Alliance leader, Fan Yuan's Qi Path clone. This example was too powerful. Eastern Sea's other super clans quickly followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fan Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and several other Gu Immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the righteous Qi Alliance the moment the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu Immortals were truly pitiful. Their foundation was first annexed by the Variant Human Alliance. They then joined Qi Si Ancestor, wanting to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si Ancestor and Fan Yuan put on a show and killed Xia Ruiji and the other Xia clan Gu Immortals. This demon Fan Yuan killed my clansmen and annexed my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will return one day. Let's go. If we don't, Zhe Xianwen will come to patrol. Hee, don't worry. For today's escape, I found some rare wine for Zhe Xianwen. According to his nature, he will be dead drunk by now. Xia Clan's Gu immortals conversed as they flew close to the surface of the sea, leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zhe Xianwen watched them from afar until he could no longer see them. This elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting it. He should not have agreed to Qin Dingling's request back then. Right now, he was hiding in the righteous Qi alliance with the identity of an insider of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had secretly given him instructions a day ago. It was to let these Xia Clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zhe Xianwen thought about how Fang Yuan had venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. How did he become a venerable all of a sudden? Chapter 2244. Venomous person of venomous worms. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2245. A thin bamboo skewer with 5 cicadas on it was being roasted over the fire. The bamboo stick was not ordinary, the fire was also not ordinary, and these 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path goo worms called purple smoke cicadas. Once it was instilled with quintessential essence, it would emit thick purple smoke that would cover the entire world. If it was in the mortal world, every purple smoke cicada would cause goo masters to fight over it, but right now, they were only food. The person roasting the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. Even though he was sitting on a folding stool, he still revealed his tall and thin figure. It was the Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He liked cooking Gu worms and would occasionally create such delicacies. Apart from enjoying the delicacies he made himself, he would also reward the members of the Centipede clan. Any Gu immortal who obtained such a reward would feel extremely honored. This was a sign that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu appreciated. Sometimes, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu would invite some Gu immortal friends as guests and personally cook for them. At this moment, Chu Du was sitting in front of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. He was the only guest that the latter had invited. Chu Du kept chewing, and there was only one purple mist cicada left on the bamboo stick in his hand. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked with a smile, while roasting the cicadas. Chu Du laughed and said, "The taste is excellent. Who would have thought that after being roasted, the purple smoke cicada would actually have the deliciousness of chicken mixed with a hint of sweetness of taro. When you eat it, it's crunchy and crispy. One skewer is definitely not enough." Ha! Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed. As everyone knows, I am an itinerant cultivator. A long time ago, I roamed northern plains without clothes to cover my body and food to fill my stomach. Once, I failed to capture a wild Gu worm and crushed it. Half a month of hard work went up in smoke. I can't bear to. He was angry and hateful. I cooked the Gu worm and ate it. The smell was terrible. I had diarrhea for 7 days and 7 nights and almost died because of it. After this disaster, I've become even more ruthless. From then on, I swore that after I became rich, I would often eat Gu to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's eyes were like clouds. Chu Du was silent. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had never said such words to him before, and it felt like he was opening his heart to him. Chu Du knew that this was because he had exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and was on equal footing with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed and changed the topic. This roasted cicada is just a quirk of mine. They only wanted the delicacy on the tongue, but there were no practical benefits. Unlike the superpowers with deep foundations, most of these superpowers had famous teas and wines that had been passed down and improved over the generations. Among them, there are even some excellent products. I heard that eating and drinking them can increase your Dao marks. Chu Du nodded as he analyzed the situation. Ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has been very active. His food path methods are extraordinary. The Celestial Court was their enemy, and they once focused on studying the esophagus, which was quite fruitful. And when the Chi tide swept through the world, I heard that there were 5 to 6 food path inheritances exposed. Most of these inheritances were sold into jewel yellow skies. One person sold many copies, allowing more people to benefit. Because of all these, food path gradually spread. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded as he sighed. Fate is destroyed, the 5 regions are won, the 3 venerables rule the world, chaotic war is about to happen. This was something that had never happened in the history of the human race. Food path originated from beastmen. There were some that were hidden by some people, but in this great era, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future? Food path is like this, strength path will also not remain the same. Brother Chu, your ambition to revitalize strength path is almost impossible in normal times. But in such a great era, there's a lot that can be done. Chu Du laughed heartily. When he fought with Fairy Black Moon earlier, he did not hesitate to get heavily injured to save He Lulan, thus everyone could see his ambition. Chu Du's eyes shine. It is still too early. Right now, there are less than 5 strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, only Western Desert's Fam clan's first Supreme Elder is the most famous. To revitalize strength path, we need to attract more Gu Masters to cultivate strength path. I am powerless to change the environment, but I can create more strength path experts and trigger this trend. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally found a topic and interrupted. Brother Chu, you seem to have forgotten about a strength path expert. In his early years, he relied on strength path methods. But now, this person is high above us, looking down on us like a bird's eye view. Chu Du was stunned before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was talking about Gyue and Fan Yuan. Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention in mentioning Fan Yuan, so he cooperated and said with a solemn expression, Gyue, Fan Yuan was actually able to advance to Venerable. It was truly out of my expectations. Thinking back to the first time I met him, I felt that he was extraordinary and unfathomable. Later, I fought alongside him several times, and found that this person has a persevering temperament, and is both brave and intelligent. Anyone with such a temperament would not stay under others for long. But his identity is special. He is the person chosen by Providence for rebirth, and was the only person that many venerables placed their hopes on to destroy fate. His life's encounters and dangers are so strong that no one can compare to him in history. So, he was able to reach the final step and become one of the strongest in the world. After my initial shock, I analyzed it and felt that it was only natural. Heavenly Lord Baizu heard this and nodded repeatedly. That's right. Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously lowered his voice and leaned forward, asking Chu Du. I wonder if Brother Chu has contacted this heaven-refining demon venerable recently? Chu Du did not answer directly but asked. Oh? Brother Baizu, you want to? Heavenly Lord Baizu spread his arms and smiled bitterly. In the current situation, Brother Chu, why ask when you already know the answer? You and I don't know each other without fighting. Even though we both established our own clans, we have always been ostracized in Northern Plains. If it was a normal era, you and I would both have rank 8 cultivation level, other than Central Continent. As long as we do not die in any of the other 4 regions, we would be able to establish ourselves. But now, we are in an unprecedented great era. Giant Sun Immortal has revived. He has a special title, people call him Protective Immortal Venerable. My Baizu tribe was able to establish our force because we annexed He tribe's foundation. And He tribe has the Huangjin bloodline. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep these last days. I am very worried. Chu Du quickly consoled. No matter how protective Giant Sun Immortal is, Brother Baizu has rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. If we kill you, we will lose everyone's support. If Giant Sun Immortal was the only one left in the world, our lives would be in danger. But now, with the three venerables, there is still hope and hope. Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. However, there are countless ways to deal with them. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were established, we have been ostracized by the other Huangjin tribes. Haven't we learned enough of their methods? Giant Sun Immortal does not need to attack us, he only needs to push our tribes to the front lines in a chaotic battle and use us as cannon fodder. It is a simple matter. Chu Du heard this and nodded slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu's words were exactly what he was worried about. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fan Yuan through Chu Du, but he did not want to join Fan Yuan immediately. After all, Fan Yuan was known as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan's nature was known to the world, ruthlessness and ruthlessness were a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave a way out for himself in case he needed it in the future. His idea was also Chu Du's. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fan Yuan for a long time. Chu Du sighed, speaking the truth. Chu Du continued, my relationship with Fan Yuan is known by almost everyone in the world. O Giant Sun Immortal, if I contact Fan Yuan, the risk is too high. If it's exposed, it'll be an unexpected disaster. That was what he said. But Chu Du had already made up his mind. While the three venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fan Yuan and create a way out for himself and Chu clan. The news of the three venerables coexisting shocked the world. After the shock, all the forces and Gu immortals started to think about their current situation. Almost at the same time, Fan clan's first Supreme Elder, who was mentioned by Chu Du as a strength path expert, was also discussing with the other clan's Gu immortals. In the study room, Fan clan's first Supreme Elder Fan Gong was sitting, speaking with a tone of lingering fear. To think that Fan Yuan actually became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject Fan Yuan back then, we made a deal with him. Otherwise, if we offended this person, we might have been able to resist him back then. But now, we would have to face his revenge. Our clan would fall into a crisis of survival. At the side, Fan clan's third Supreme Elder, rank 7 Gu Immortal Fan Huaxing said, speaking of which, it is not a big deal that our Fan clan has been deceived by Fan Yuan for so long. After all, he is someone who can become a venerable. Fan Dichang snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. He had a deep grudge with Fan Yuan. Back then, he wanted to plot against Fan Yuan, but was killed by Fan Yuan. His soul was later released by Fan Yuan as a bargaining chip. Fan Yuan obtained a vast number of soul cores, thieves' den, and other items from Fan clan. Now that Fan Dichang had a body again, even though he only had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already actively preparing for his immortal ascension. His cultivation level fell sharply, but his status did not change. After all, his adopted son Fan Yun was supporting his faction, he was still trusted and valued by Fan clan. Even though Fan Dichang's wisdom path methods were very weak, he still had the big picture. He sneered, analyzing. Don't look at how Fan Yuan has already become a demon venerable. The current situation is unprecedented. 3 venerables coexisting in the world. This has never happened before in history. And among these 3 venerables, there is a subtle difference. Look, the Celestial Court exposed that Giant Sun Immortal created and cultivated blood path, and also claimed that Fan Yuan is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, he is the strongest. Longevity Heaven refuted the Celestial Court, saying that Giant Sun Immortal cultivated blood path, it was a benevolent act to benefit the world. At the same time, they criticized Fan Yuan as a demon venerable. Among the 3 parties, only Fan Yuan did not say anything. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been resting in Eastern Sea. From this, it can be seen that Fan Yuan is still the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future there will be a great battle between the 3 venerables. It is not that I have no hope of revenge. And my Fan clan is located in the depths of Western Desert, it is an excellent location. In the future, when the 5 regions fight, the border forces will definitely be in chaos. My Fan clan only needs to keep a low profile and quietly develop. If there is a winner among the 3 venerables, we will join them. If all the venerables die, our Fang clan will have no hope of becoming the overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing heard this analysis and nodded slightly. Chapter 2246. Finally, Fang Dichang emphasized. Looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have venerable leaders. Southern Border also has a Righteous Path alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided. We are in a state of disunity. It can be said that our Western Desert is the weakest among the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the initiative to set an example. If other forces try to recruit us, we will secretly join them and prioritize our clan's benefits. Earlier, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot make such a mistake again. It would be too foolish to become everyone's target. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing nodded again. Even though Fang Dichang's cultivation level was low, he still had his vision. Southern Border. Heavenly Blue Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, almost all of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those who did not come personally had sent their wills to participate. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder Luo Zhu only had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around and said, "With the reign of 3 venerables, a chaotic war is about to break out. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, please speak them out." Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated Space Path. He was Luo clan's General Luo Ran. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was even stronger than First Supreme Elder Luo Zhu. Luo Ran spoke. "Everyone, the news of the reign of 3 venerables is shocking. I have thought about it for a long time. If I were any one of the 3 venerables, I would first annex Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, we have to pick on the weak. If the 3 venerables start a war, it would not be good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. The wisest decision would be to strengthen ourselves and annex more territories and resources before fighting with the venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border, closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Southern Border, our Luo clan will be the first to bear the brunt." Luo clan's immortals nodded with cold expressions. Ever since the 5 regional walls disappeared, their pressure had been increasing day by day. At the same time, he was also secretly thinking about the way out for himself and the Luo family. Luo Ran continued, "With 3 venerables coexisting, unless a venerable appears in Southern Border, even if all the Southern Border Gu immortals unite and work closely together, we are not the match of any one of the 3 venerables. The other superpowers located in the hinterlands might still have room to wait for the right price. Our Luo family is located at the border of the Southern Border and the Central Continent. I'm afraid that once there's a conflict, we'll have to make the first choice." The moment he said that, the Luo family immortals all became slightly restless. One of them stood up and said angrily, "Luo Zhu, are you saying that our Luo clan will surrender without a fight? Do you not care about our Luo family's reputation of being upright for generations? Have you abandoned our Luo family's honor of upholding justice?" Everyone looked at her. The one who had questioned her was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals agreed with Luo Fei. "When our Luo clan was glorious, we were close to the Wu clan's position. How could you do such a cowardly thing? Yes, it's true that venerable ones are invincible, but in the current era, there are 3 venerable ones in this world, so it's not impossible for other venerable ones to revive. The future is full of possibilities, we cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables are worthy of our clan joining them. Celestial Court is a sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we will have to change the system. Giant Sun Immortal is a protective immortal venerable. Northern Plains Baizu tribe and Chu tribe have been ostracized by the Huangjin bloodline. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has many old grudges with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, even I will look down on myself." Seeing everyone's anger, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. "Everyone, I did not consider this thoroughly." Luo Fei stared with wide eyes. "Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of our Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, then it's too disappointing. Luo Ran showed an ashamed expression. I was wrong. Luo Fei continued. From what I see, the situation is not very dangerous. The three venerables are wary of each other and restraining each other. They will not attack so easily. In the battle in Craze Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Xiao He Jian, and the rest have already died. Fan Yuan's subordinates suffered great losses. Even he is still recuperating. Eastern Sea has not been evaluated yet. He does not have the strength to invade other regions. Furthermore, even though Southern Border does not have a venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the Alliance leader, Lord Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our Southern Border righteous path. He has never disappointed us. Why can't we have some expectations for him, for ourselves? After saying this, Luo Fei sat down. But many Luo clan Gu immortals nodded. They felt this was reasonable. Luo clan had a good impression of Wu clan. Because back then, when Luo clan explored Qiju Grotto Heaven and was pursued, they asked Wu clan for help to preserve their clan's strength. 15 minutes later, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind for a secret discussion. This time, it was hard on you, Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Submitting to Central Continent was my original intention. But after today's probing, Luo clan does not want to lower their heads easily. They feel they are submitting. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu is only Crane Gate's intention. Even if our Luo clan decides to join Central Continent, we need to at least get in touch with Celestial Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been a righteous clan. I am lacking in virtue. I am deeply worried about our clan's safety. But you are right, the time is not ripe yet. We should continue to maintain contact with Crane Gate secretly. Central Continent Crane Gate. Lush green trees, a cool breeze brushed past. In a pavilion at the waist of the mountain, a young Gu immortal was playing a jade flute. The sound of the flute was melodious. An immortal crane was flying in the sky. The young Gu immortal wore a snow-white robe. He was gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching his waist. It was He Feng Yang who cultivated enslavement path. He was called Winged Crane Flying Immortal. I succeeded in my tribulation this time and advanced to rank 7. To think that the moment I came out, I would hear news of 3 venerables in the same era. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revive, there is also a newly advanced Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Guyu Fang Yuan. He Feng Yang had complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who instructed Master Tenshuru to go to Southern Borders Guyu village, to deal with Fang Yuan and obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If I had hardened my heart back then and made a move personally, would I have been able to kill Fang Yuan directly? This thought appeared in He Feng Yang's mind. But soon, He Feng Yang shook his head. There was a high chance that he would fail. Because behind Fang Yuan, there was the entanglement of Providence and the other venerables. But even if there was a possibility of getting rid of Fang Yuan, what was the point of saying this now? Fang Yuan was already a demon venerable. And He Feng Yang had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. He Feng Yang felt a lot of disappointment and envy in his heart. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan rose from a mortal to a venerable in the end. He had left him far behind. He could not even see Fang Yuan's back. But as he listened to the flute music, He Feng Yang's emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone has their own fate. Fang Yuan was able to have his current accomplishments. Other than fortuitous encounters, he also had his wits and risked his life. He saw through the chaotic situation many times, but he still died many times. And I am not without hope. During peaceful times, enslavement path is a waste of the sect's resources. But the 5 regions' chaotic war is about to start, and I cultivate enslavement path. The sect will definitely place more importance on me. I will receive more resources and care. Furthermore, I acted on my own and secretly used Crane Gate's name to send an information path Immortal Gu to Southern Borders Luo clan to recruit them. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder did not immediately destroy the information path Immortal Gu. This is already a clear indication of his attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge merit. The sect contribution points will be very high. At that time, I will exchange for the Celestial Court's immortal pill for you to become an ancient desolate beast. He Fengyan looked at the 9-palace crane flying in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast. It had a close relationship with He Fengyan. It had once been affected by the time path immortal goo turned back, from an adult to a youth, then to a child. He Fengyan actively healed it. He paid a huge price and finally restored it to its original state. Eastern Sea. 5 colored smokes surged and shrunk, eventually entering Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island. There was nothing in front of him. There was no longer any smoke. Next, he saw a large group of goo immortals walking over. When they were 1,000 steps away from him, they landed on the sea surface and kowtowed to him, submitting to him. These people were Eastern Sea's righteous path goo immortals. The first supreme elders of the various clans were here. Among them, Pseudo-Venerable Shinshang and Lu Wei-yin were the leaders. Fan Yuan was slightly dazed before understanding. He laughed heartily. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, stand up. From today onwards, I will treat you and my subordinates equally. The immortals immediately showed expressions of gratitude. They said in unison. We pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. We are willing to give our all to Lord Demon Venerable. But Fan Yuan shook his head. Let me announce it to the world. At the same time, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and announced. What Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I don't accept this title. Shinshang and the rest were stunned. I am not of the demonic path, I am of the righteous path. Everything I did before was for the welfare of the people of the world. I disregarded my own life and went through countless dangers to destroy fate, to give the people of the world complete freedom. However, I was suppressed by the rotten forces like the Celestial Court. They tried to obstruct me. I am good friends with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me to imitate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After becoming venerable, I will devote my life to the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not listen to the rumors. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me. Star Constellation and Giant Sun worked together to kill him. Fan Yuan said righteously. Shinshang and Lu Wei-yin could only look at him in a daze. The other leaders of Eastern Sea's righteous path also felt like they had heard wrongly. Fan Yuan's voice became louder. Everyone, remember this, I, Guyue Fan Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will benefit the world and bring harmony to the 5 regions. This news spread rapidly in Jewel Yellow Skies. All the goo immortals in the world knew about it. Be it Chu Du, who was grilling skewers with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the 3 leaders of Fang Clan who were discussing in private, the Luo Clan immortals, or He Fengyan, they all received this shocking information. But Fan Yuan did not stop. He continued. He directly threw out a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were a vast number of goo worms in the list. As long as the goo masters and goo immortals paid the appropriate price, Fan Yuan would refine goo worms for them. No matter the size of the mortal goo, or even rank 8 immortal goo, he could refine them. The 5 regions were in an uproar. This is the promise of I, Guyue Fan Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Goo worms are the core and foundation of our goo cultivation. But they have always been too few, especially immortal goo. Because of this, the first thing I, Guyue Fan Yuan, will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal goo for everyone in the world. No matter what grudges we had in the past, no matter if we were enemies or friends, I will disregard the past and refine goo for everyone equally. This will prove my love for everyone. I know your worries. But the truth is, I have already transacted with many forces and goo immortals. I have refined many immortal goo for them. For example, Western Desert's Fang Clan, I have transacted with them many times. These are all evidence. In Western Desert, Fang Gong, Fang Dichang, and Fang Huaxing stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Dichang, who had just emphasized keeping a low profile and not becoming the target of everyone, had a pale expression. For example, Southern Borders Wu Clan, I have refined more than one rank 8 immortal goo for Wu Yong. The evidence is all here. Wu Yong. Luo clan. Luo Fei held her head. Her heart felt like it was breaking. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you are actually secretly working with Fang Yuan. Why? For example, Northern Plains Baizu clan, I have many intentions to cooperate with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have been in frequent contact. Fang Yuan continued to declare. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a statue. The bamboo skewer in his hand was already burning. Chu Du looked at him as if saying, Brother, what's wrong with you? Since you are already secretly communicating with Fang Yuan, why did you use my channel to contact Fang Yuan earlier? Fang Yuan continued. Not just Northern Plains, even Central Continent has it. For example, He Fengyang of Crane Gate, I have interacted with him in my early years. We can be said to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Slander, this is pure slander. He Fengyang was so angry that he threw the jade flute in his hand on the ground, his body trembling. Finally, Fang Yuan said, Whether you believe it or not, it is up to you. There is a risk, but what if it is true? Why don't you give it a try? Everyone, please have some trust in me. A long time ago, many people misunderstood me. So, please let me prove to everyone in the world that I am great love immortal venerable. Fang Yuan finished his declaration. On the surface of the sea, winds were blowing. The Eastern Sigu immortals who were kneeling on the ground looked up at Fang Yuan with dazed expressions. Looking at them, Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Everyone, get up, you have all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, you will receive even more benefits. I promise. P.S. When the update was about to start, I made some urgent adjustments, so I updated it late. This chapter is 4,000 words long. Combining this chapter with the previous one, the effect is even better. Chapter 2247. Li Xiaobai followed several information path Gu immortals as they carefully concealed themselves. Xiaobai, black and white heavens are fusing together now, there are intense fluctuations and the environment is dangerous. When the dog group comes, watch and don't move, understand? The leading rank 7 information path Gu immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded. Yes, I will listen to seniors. He was very obedient, he did not have the arrogance of a great scholar. This made the information path Gu immortals present have a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had advanced to rank 6 long ago, he was an information path Gu immortal. And because of his aptitude, he was the most favored Gu immortal junior in profound literature Grotto Heaven. These information path Gu immortals came from profound literature Grotto Heaven. They were at least rank 2 officials in the imperial court. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had a special system. Gu immortals gradually entered the imperial court. Most of them held important positions in the court. After Li Xiaobai became a Gu immortal, he would also work in the imperial court in the future. The only exception was old immortal Huayu. He had rank 8 cultivation level, he stayed behind the scenes and controlled the situation. They're here. A moment later, the investigating Gu immortal spoke. The immortals quickly used several more killer moves to conceal themselves even deeper. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a large group of remnant heavenly dogs. They stepped on the void and charged over. These were ancient desolate beasts of space path. They ate space path Gu worms as food. There are a total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven-swallowing dogs. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path. He was most skilled at gathering information. He immediately understood the size of the dog group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After growing to a certain stage, they could become heaven-swallowing dogs. Heaven-swallowing dogs were immemorial desolate beasts. They ate 9 heavens fragments, blessed lands and grotto heavens as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heaven. As the dog group got closer, the Gu immortals in profound literature grotto heaven started to cooperate and use killer moves. This information path killer move spread out soundlessly and quickly. At first, there were no changes in the dog group, but after a dozen breaths of time, 3 of the heaven-swallowing dogs stopped moving. They bared their teeth and looked in the same direction, showing vigilance. The remaining heaven-swallowing dog also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing dogs barked at each other, 3 of them brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs and changed their route, moving in another direction. The last heaven-swallowing hound led the other 20-odd remnant heavenly hounds back to their original path. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's goo immortals had been hiding themselves. Only when these dogs were out of sight did they reveal themselves and let out sighs of relief. All right, it's done. Most of the hounds have been misled by us into thinking that there's plenty of food in that direction. They're actually a bunch of soul beasts. Haha, those soul beasts were also planted with information path methods. After the dogs charge over, they will mistakenly think that the soul beasts are hiding immortal apertures. Let them kill each other. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not bewitched. It is likely that it has a wild immortal goo. But with this scale, Sir Hua, you can handle it. Little White, did you see that? In the future, when your cultivation level rises to rank 7, you will need to complete these missions frequently. Our profound literature paradise cannot move at all. It looks like it has shrunk to a point and is entrusted to the void, but there are still many dangers that need to be resolved in advance. Li Xiaobai quickly replied. I will definitely work harder. This group of goo immortals immediately moved, following the path of that heaven-swallowing hound. This heaven-swallowing hound was leading some remnant heavenly hounds, but they were ambushed along the way. They were surrounded by old immortal Hua Yu's battlefield killer move. After a huge battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was indeed a wild immortal goo, but it was destroyed in the battle. A few remnant heavenly hounds escaped. They escaped through the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They cultivated space path after all, they had the ability to escape. But soon, they ran into Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly hounds turned into minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also made a move. He expended some immortal essence, but it did not have much effect. But he showed an excited and unsatisfied expression. The other information path goo immortals saw this. It deepened their impression of him as a cute junior. Old immortal Hua Yu stopped the battlefield killer move. The immortals quickly greeted him. Old immortal Hua Yu nodded. He looked at the crowd and smiled at Li Xiaobai. He was also very appreciative of this young junior. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good background. He was the most outstanding goo immortal that appeared in the Grotto Heaven in the last 100 years. He represented the future of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Sigh. To think that Qi ancestor is heaven refining demon venerable Fan Yuan's clone. Fan Yuan is crafty and sinister. I was deceived by him. If not for celestial court and longevity heaven exposing the truth, I might have been used by him. What great love, immortal venerable. This can only deceive ghosts, right? Sigh, outsiders cannot be trusted. Only these goo immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, old immortal Hua Yu had always respected Qi ancestor. After joining the righteous Qi alliance, he had always followed Qi ancestor's lead. But now that Qi ancestor's identity was exposed, old immortal Hua Yu's previous respect for Qi ancestor was replaced by his anger and humiliation. Old immortal Hua Yu felt uneasy, but his expression was calm as he took charge of the situation. He ordered a portion of goo immortals to clean up the battlefield and remove the traces, while sending a portion of goo immortals to investigate the surroundings. They were all information path goo immortals. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no obvious clues behind. Other investigative goo immortals also brought back information. The heavenly wind-chi wall between the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens has become even more intense. Not only are the beast groups of the two heavens fighting each other, the original Tao marks of the two heavens are also changing intensely. Some are in conflict with each other, some are tangled together, they are hard to separate. Actually, the heavenly wind-chi wall had started to dissipate long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone, Qi tides were sweeping the world. The fusion of the two heavens was also at its most intense. This caused intense turbulence. The Grotto Heavens and the two heavens were facing endless trouble. The dog group earlier was a huge threat to profound literature Grotto Heaven. Fortunately, they were dealt with in advance. What made old immortal Hua Yu and the other information path goo immortals worried was not just the current problem, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fa Yuan came out of seclusion, publicizing himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and creating the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Lu Wei-yin and Xinshan, the 2 pseudo-venerables, immediately led the Eastern Sea Righteous Path superclans to pledge their loyalty to Fan Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and Variant Human Alliance joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were in an awkward situation. Speaking of which, they and Granny Skeleton were also members of the Righteous Qi Alliance. But all along, their foundation was in the 2 heavens, thus they were ostracized by the Eastern Sea super forces. Originally, this was nothing. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to cling on to Qi-Si Ancestor. But now, Qi-Si Ancestor's identity was exposed. He was actually the clone of their greatest enemy, Fan Yuan. The person they had been clinging on to was Fan Yuan. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest were stunned. And the changes in the 2 heavens caused them to be exhausted from dealing with them. Right at this time, Fan Yuan declared himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. This declaration shook the world. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Guyu Fan Yuan had been ruthless ever since he started cultivating. He slaughtered countless people. He was definitely a demonic path member. How could he cleanse himself with just a few words? If cleansing oneself was so easy, what was the use of the world's righteous path? Old Immortal Hua Yu scoffed inwardly, but he felt very refreshed. Fan Yuan's declaration was simply a joke. But with the support of a demon venerable's cultivation level, who dared to laugh? Did they not see that Eastern Sea's righteous path was the first to lower their heads? Even if Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court mocked and ridiculed him, what could they do to Fan Yuan? We can't delay any longer. Fan Yuan has already taken in Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our 2 heavens forces cannot wait any longer. But should we join Fan Yuan, the Celestial Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was not above Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Hua Yu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Joining Fan Yuan now was naturally the most convenient. But if that happened, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would definitely be lost. Why? Everyone knew that Fan Yuan had the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Grotto Heavens of the 2 heavens were his targets for annexing apertures. Since they could not protect their homeland and were destined to be abandoned, why must they join Fan Yuan? Honestly speaking, Old Immortal Hua Yu was very disgusted with demons like Fan Yuan. Old Immortal Hua Yu's thoughts became active, his options had widened. But how to choose was a problem. Longevity Heaven. At the center was Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was divided into 4 directions, forming the 4 desolations. The surroundings of the 4 desolations were divided into 8 regions, the 8 extremities. The sky of the 4 desolations was covered in golden light. In the sky of the 8 extremities, there was a green halo. It had been some time since Giant Sun Immortal returned to Longevity Heaven. Whoosh! There was a soft sound. The final star path down marks on Giant Sun Immortal's body turned into a spark and vanished. My injuries are completely healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path down marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, to recover my Tao Lord might. In the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not displayed their full strength as venerables. Because there were no natural Tao marks in the void for them to refine. If there were, a venerable's every move would be amplified and strengthened by natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the help of a vast number of soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not a true Tao Lord. After all, his mind was not clear. Giant Sun Immortal had already refined all the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions when he was alive. But after his death, these luck path Tao marks were gradually controlled by the heavenly Tao. Now, he needed to refine them again before he could use them. Literature Hall. Chapter 2248. the luck path down marks and longevity heaven were Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture to begin with. They were not corroded by Providence because they did not devour the 9 heavens fragments. As long as he fought in longevity heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's current strength was even stronger than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal's own luck path down marks could not compare to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But with the vast down marks in longevity heaven, it surpassed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal's mind was clear. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original immortal aperture into my body now. Giant Sun Immortal had methods to move his immortal aperture. Once he fused with longevity heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would rise sharply. The number of luck path down marks in his body would greatly surpass Fan Yuan's limit. By then, he would have no worries in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After all, longevity heaven was the peak cultivation achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's first life. It was the foundation of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 chaotic disasters. And Fan Yuan had only broken through the Heaven Dao restraints once. The chaos that he fought in Crazed Demon Cave was only a small chaotic disaster. But now, for Giant Sun Immortal, it was not time to absorb longevity heaven yet. Because he cultivated Blood Path in this life. Giant Sun Immortal used Blood Path as his primary path and Luck Path as his secondary path. He planned to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned for so long, he naturally had the best Blood Path dual cultivation method. But his body was not the sovereign immortal body. No matter how he cultivated, the down marks would conflict with each other. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal had only started cultivating Blood Path not long ago. He had many Luck Path down marks but few Blood Path down marks. The difference between them was already at its limit. If he recklessly merged with longevity heaven, the number of Luck Path down marks would increase exponentially. It would suppress the Blood Path and destroy Giant Sun Immortal's dual cultivation plan. Although I can't retrieve the longevity heaven for the time being, I have a great advantage in refining natural Taoist marks, and that is my celestial core power. The Giant Sun Immortal had the most celestial core power among the 3 of them. Currently, there were more than 1,000 yellow apricot immortal energy beads. Most of them were left behind in the longevity heaven from his first life. At that time, he had saved a lot of it, but after that, a lot of it was consumed intermittently. In addition, ever since the fall of the Giant Sun Immortal, longevity heaven could no longer produce immortal essence, so in the end, the immortal essence reserve was less than 10%. But this number is definitely the most. Regarding this, the Giant Sun Immortal was very confident. Because he knew that Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fan Yuan had just advanced, he had 0 rank 9 immortal essence reserves. As for rank 8 immortal essence, even though he had it, it was definitely scarce. This point could be figured out with one's but. Ever since rebirth, Fan Yuan's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had not been left behind in any of the battles. Furthermore, he had refined so many immortal goo and assembled so many immortal goo houses. With such a huge investment, how much immortal essence would he have left? The thing that Giant Sun Immortal was most satisfied with now was that Fan Yuan was hit by his Luck Path killer move in Crazed Demon Cave. Fortune depends on disaster. Even though Fan Yuan used this killer move to successfully deceive him, it was not enough. But it was undeniable that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had suffered huge losses because of this move. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal estimated that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was in a terrible state. Even if Fan Yuan was like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal essence reserves could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal. Why? The reason was simple. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a huge amount of immortal essence, the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals would expend most of it in the future. Don't forget, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, 3 Demon Venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had attacked Celestial Court. When Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables, could they not use venerable methods and expend their immortal essence? It is a pity that the two heavens merged, the heaven path down marks gathered and the environment changed. I had no choice but to remove luck suppression heavenly palace. Otherwise, I would have an even greater advantage now. Giant Sun Immortal took away luck suppression heavenly palace because he had no other choice. Luck suppression heavenly palace was located in immemorial black heaven. Its essence was to create luck path down marks and participate in the transformation and operation of heaven and earth, all living beings. Thus, this immemorial black heaven above northern plains became Giant Sun Immortal's territory. He could use it for his own purposes. Back then, during the Reverse Flow River battle, Celestial Court had organized an army to invade northern plains, but they suffered a huge loss in immemorial black heaven. Most of the losses were due to luck suppression heavenly palace. Now, with the fusion of immemorial two heavens, the luck path down marks that luck suppression heavenly palace had spread out were affected by this change. They became chaotic and shattered. If they forcefully protected these luck path down marks and resisted the heavenly Tao's change, the whole of luck suppression heavenly palace would be destroyed instead. Over these days, Giant Sun Immortal had been healing his injuries in longevity heaven while thinking about the current situation. He had a clear understanding of it. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, it still depended on the victor between venerables. For Giant Sun Immortal, be it star constellation Immortal Venerable or heaven refining demon Venerable, they were both unprecedentedly strong enemies. In a short period of time, Giant Sun Immortal could not find a way to eliminate these 2 enemies. He could only try to weaken them and gain the upper hand. Abundant immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I can refine all of the luck path down marks in the world first. With this foundation, I can definitely gain the upper hand if I attack either of the 2 venerables. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to deal a heavy blow to either the Celestial Court or Fang Yuan. If I cannot do this, I will be in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal felt a sense of urgency. If he missed this opportunity and did not grasp his advantage, as time dragged on, star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path arrangements would become deeper and more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he had to guard against star constellation Immortal Venerables secretly reviving other Celestial Court Immortal Venerables. As for Fang Yuan, it was the same. Right now, he lacked immortal essence the most. Once he had sufficient immortal essence, with his refinement path attainment level, he could refine immortal goo on a large scale. His strength would soar rapidly. Refinement path venerable. Thinking of Fang Yuan's declaration of great love not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He had a premonition that a force that originated from Fang Yuan himself was going to impact the entire goo immortal world. This force was so huge and unprecedented, even Giant Sun Immortal could not estimate to what extent the future would change because of Fang Yuan. After all, in history, there had never been a refinement path venerable. And refinement path was not the same as other paths. Goo cultivation had 3 main aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of them. This was a unique characteristic that other paths did not have. Celestial Court. Cough, cough. In a sealed stone room, star constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not fully recovered yet. Star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. In terms of healing, she could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal who cultivated Blood Path. Goo immortal injuries were very troublesome. Venerables were no exception. Celestial Court did not lack excellent healing methods, but for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were very few that were suitable. Because she had too many Wisdom Path and Star Path down marks, healing methods of other paths were almost useless. Human path methods were an exception, but Celestial Court did not have any pseudo-immortal venerable level human path experts. This was the lowest standard to heal a venerable's injuries. Thus, other than saving herself, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no other choice. I still have 671 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. I did not have much to begin with, and some were expended during the battle in Kray's demon cave. The injuries on my body are stubborn. If I continue to heal them, the yellow apricot immortal essence will be expended again. After that, I will refine the Tao marks in Celestial Court, as well as the natural wisdom path Tao marks of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made precise calculations. Her immortal essence storage was ample now, but Wisdom Path had always been planning ahead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had made even more calculations. This little immortal essence storage would not be enough to refine the Wisdom Path Tao marks of the outside world in the future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortals. Celestial Court contained a huge amount of Wisdom Path Tao marks, but they did not belong to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Because Celestial Court had annexed a 9 Heavens fragment, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had contributed her immortal aperture to fuse with it, the Tao marks that originally belonged to her were all corroded and assimilated by Providence. Of course, during the process of refining the Tao marks of the outside world, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture would also produce rank 9 immortal essence. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this process was filled with danger. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable were likely to attack. Thus, the more immortal essence storage, the better. Giant Sun Immortal definitely has a lot more immortal essence storage. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan is the weakest in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and showed a complex expression. Fan Yuan's declaration regarding great love Immortal Venerable had shocked the world. Giant Sun Immortal was wary of Fan Yuan's refinement path ability, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about Fan Yuan's nature. Looking at the 10 Venerables in history, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a grand temperament, Limitless Demon Venerable had a crazy Tao addict, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was wild, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stubborn. In any case, every Venerable one had a sense of pride within them. As for Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fan Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. She had never seen a Venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know how to write the word shame. He had no sense of shame, directly distorting the truth and lying in such a righteous manner. What great love Immortal Venerable! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this was just Fan Yuan's one-sided statement. He was only using it to achieve his own goals. If everyone in the world could turn over a new leaf, then Fan Yuan was the one with the lowest possibility. As long as he felt the need to make a move, he would definitely make a move, no matter how many innocents he killed. By then, Great Love Immortal Venerable's declaration would be thrown to the back of his mind. It would be as simple as a fart. But if he felt that turning over a new leaf was beneficial to him, he would definitely make the same declaration again, without any sense of shame. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood Fan Yuan. If we say this person has principles, then his principles are that he has no bottom line. If we say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is that he has no principles. This was simply a shameless person. However, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache, this shameless person became a venerable. What made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even more troubled was that this shameless person could see through people's thoughts to the bone. His actions would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Gu Immortal world. Everyone would gather to follow him. The temptation of Immortal Gu was huge. Even if they could not trust him, there would always be Gu Immortals who would take the risk. Once Fan Yuan showed his sincerity, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world would gradually fall into his hands. Even the Celestial Court will not be spared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2249. Western Desert. The calm desert suddenly exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge beast the size of a mountain fiercely drilled out from the ground. This fierce beast had the body of a python, a crocodile head, and 6 eagle claws. Dragon Crocodile. An immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared, its voice shaking the surroundings, but there was a trace of fear in its roar. The dragon crocodile had the innate ability to climb the clouds. After coming out of the desert, it immediately flew up. But along the way, the dragon crocodile's body froze, it opened its mouth and shot out flames that soared to the sky. The dragon crocodile cried out as it fell to the ground, creating a huge wave of sand. It struggled for a while before gradually becoming still, motionless. After a while, 3 goo immortals came out of its crocodile mouth. 2 males and 1 female, they were all goo immortals. They came from Western Desert's 3 superforces, Shirkang, Suiqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Feng Yin. Shirkang cultivated Earth Path, while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. Many Western Desert goo immortals cultivated Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans' agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yanming. The only female immortal, Suiqiu Yanming, nodded and opened her immortal aperture's entrance, taking this immemorial dragon crocodile inside. She activated her divine sense and looked around the immortal aperture, revealing a smile. This immemorial dragon crocodile corpse is not bad, it has many down marks left. It is all thanks to Brother Feng Yan's method of eliminating the enemy. Not at all. Tuoba Feng Yan smiled. If not for Brother Shirkang's method, we would not have taken the risk of entering the dragon crocodile's stomach. Thus, the greatest contribution in this battle belongs to Brother Shirkang. Not at all, not at all. Shirkang smiled, expressing humility. Dragon crocodiles originally lived in immemorial Black Heaven. But recently, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven had fused together, the originally balanced ecology was completely disrupted, a dragon crocodile group lost in battle and escaped from immemorial Black Heaven. They escaped along the way, passing by Suiqiu, Tuoba, and Shir clans' territories. These 3 clans discussed and each sent out a rank 7 goo immortal expert to deal with this dragon crocodile group that was already heavily injured. Shirkang, Suiqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Feng Yan worked together and spent 3 days and 3 nights to completely annihilate this group of dragon crocodiles. However, just as the 3 of them were about to bid each other farewell, they suddenly received orders from their clans almost simultaneously. Oh? Wan clan wants to gather all the great clans to suppress Fang clan together? Hee, so it turns out that the Wan clan is the first to become restless. From the looks of it, the 3 of us are the closest to the Wan clan's territory. That's why we all received this order. The 3 immortals discussed for a while and decided to travel together. Although this place isn't far from the Wan clan, we still need to rest for a while. Indeed. At the very least, we need to heal the injuries on our bodies. There is also the dragon crocodile corpse in my immortal aperture, I need to deal with it. Shirkang pondered for a moment and smiled. Gentlemen, we will pass by the myriad or desert on our way to the Wan clan. That resource point is guarded by my tribe's goo immortal Shizhong, we can go there to rest. Of course, the conditions in the wilderness could not be compared to resource points. Almost every resource point had an immortal formation and was relatively safe. Suiqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yan glanced at each other before nodding at Shirkang. The latter said, Then we will have to trouble you. Shirkang laughed heartily. Please! Myriad or desert was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the rocky ground, not even a blade of grass grew. But there was a completely different world under the desert. A large number of ore veins were gathered here, over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of ores for the Wan clan goo immortals. But these rockmen were mortals, they were at most goo masters with limited abilities and could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shir clan would send goo immortals to guard this place while Shir clan's goo immortals excavated the immortal ores here. This was a tough job. Normally, goo immortals who were sent here were the kind that were ostracized. Shizhong was a typical case. Shizhong's father betrayed Shir clan and caused the clan to suffer severe losses, not only in resources, but also in goo immortals' deaths. To gain trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong to express his loyalty to the clan, but it was to no avail. At this moment, Shi Zhong's divine sense was roaming around in jewel-yellow skies. In jewel-yellow skies, what attracted the Gu Immortal's attention the most was that large piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. During the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal traded it to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fan Yuan. If only I could get one, how great would that be? Shi Zhong was very envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was naturally because of Fan Yuan's publicity. His motive was obvious, he wanted the world to know, Giant Sun Immortal is doing business with me, what are you afraid of? Of course, the current Giant Sun Immortal was also declared a demon venerable by the Celestial Court because he created and cultivated Blood Path. And above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will condensed into a human figure, white-robed, black hair, handsome appearance, it was Fan Yuan's will. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, if I ask him to refine the Gu, will I be able to get Wealth Gu? No, that is too risky. Wealth Gu is my hope of rising up, how can I give this Gu recipe to Fan Yuan? If he succeeds in refining the Gu but does not give it to me, that would be too foolish. I cannot do anything to a venerable. This thought only flashed past Shi Zhong's mind for a moment. Shi Zhong had obtained a remnant immortal Gu recipe of Wealth Gu by chance. Wealth Gu was a legendary immortal Gu. If Shi Zhong could refine it, he would become extremely wealthy, he would quickly accumulate an enormous amount of cultivation resources and be free from the constraints of his clan. In order to refine Wealth Gu, Shi Zhong did not hesitate to secretly use people to refine it. If this demonic act was discovered, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk and tried over 100 times to refine the Gu, he still failed every time. There was still a long way to go before he succeeded. Shi Zhong knew about Fan Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to take the risk. Wealth Gu was his only hope. A Gu Immortal is approaching. Right at this time, the Immortal Formation suddenly issued a warning. Shi Zhong's expression changed, he immediately cut off the divine sense in jewel-yellow skies and controlled the Immortal Formation. Shi Kang led the other two Immortals in the sky. They stopped at the periphery of the Immortal Formation's detection, they did not go in. After Shi Zhong contacted them, he verified their identities and learned of Shi Kang's intentions. I am very happy that Brother Shi Kang is here. Please come in. Shi Zhong showed great enthusiasm. The three Immortals entered the Immortal Formation and rested for a while. Shi Zhong held a banquet and invited the three Immortals. He purposely gave the main seat to Shi Kang out of humility. Shi Kang declined a few times before sitting on the main seat. This scene was seen by the other two Immortals. They thought of the rumors and knew what was going on. Compared to Shi Zhong, Shi Kang was a popular person in Shi clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone and obtained Sand Lump Blessed Land. After killing the dragon crocodiles, Shi Kang did not need to hand them over to the clan. Many of the dragon crocodiles were directly sold into jewel-yellow skies. Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Fengyan were envious of such treatment. This time, Wan clan is leading the charge to gather all of Western Desert's clans to attack Fan clan. I wonder what you two think? After 3 rounds of wine, Shi Kang asked. Zhuqiu Yanming said. Wan clan and Fan clan have deep enmity. It is not surprising that Wan clan is leading the charge. Their reason is also very reasonable and impeccable. But I feel that Wan clan's gathering will not have a good future. That's right, I have the same opinion. Tuoba Fengyan slowly put down his wine cup. Firstly, the 5 regional walls are gone. Western Desert has several large clans at the border. It will be hard for them to make any big moves. Secondly, Fan clan is not weak. Their first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level, and Fan clan is most proficient in immortal Gu houses. Thirdly, Fan clan has good relations with many clans. Fan clan was the one who started the Fate War. This caused Fan clan's reputation to soar. Fourthly, and most importantly, Fan clan made a transaction with Fan Yuan. This is the reason for us to take action. It is also the reason we are wary of them. Who knows what the relationship between Fan clan and Fan Yuan is? Shi Kang nodded repeatedly, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is clear and logical. It is very convincing. Shirzone was silent, deep in thought. Tuoba Feng Yan's analysis was actually very simple. Shi Kang knew it himself, but he had to ask. Because Shi Kang represented Shi clan to communicate with Suqiu Yan Ning and Tuoba Feng Yan, he wanted to know the intentions of their clans. Now that he knew that Tuoba and Suqiu clan had the same intentions as Shi clan, Shi Kang felt much more relaxed. Come, let's drink. Shi Kang raised his wine cup with a smile. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the three immortals thanked Shirzhong and immediately left for the Wan family. Shirzhong put away his cup, feeling unhappy. Shi Kang's treatment was completely different from Shirzhong's. Previously, when Shi Kang was in closed cultivation, Shi clan provided him with sufficient resources. After Shi Kang obtained Sand Heap Blessed Land, the clan immediately rewarded him. He did not need to hand over any dragon crocodiles. The profits were truly plentiful. But there was no risk in going to Wan clan. The result was almost set. He would definitely receive Wan clan's hospitality. Although it was a mission, it was actually a benefit. Sigh, my hope is still wealth goo. When can I refine this goo? Heaven refining demon venerable. No, I will not use others, the risk is too high. Even though Shirzhong made up his mind, his confidence in refining goo had already been eroded after hundreds of failures. His intuition was telling him that the chances of him refining wealth goo were very slim if he tried to do it alone. Thus, unknowingly, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and probed with his divine sense. Within Jewel Yellow Skies, Fan Yuan's will suddenly opened his eyes and spoke with a loud voice. This is rank 7 movement immortal goo, take wind goo. It has already been refined by Southern Borders Wuyong, it will be transacted now. What? Shirzhong was shocked. At this moment, all the Gu immortals who were paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies went into an uproar. Under everyone's gazes, Wuyong's will got close to Fan Yuan's will. Fan Yuan's will through the rank 7 take wind Gu to Wuyong's will on the spot. Wuyong's will nodded and did not say anything, immediately leaving Jewel Yellow Skies with the immortal Gu. Someone really made such a transaction with Fan Yuan. And it is Southern Borders Wuyong. Shirzhong was in a daze. Chapter 2250. Southern Border. Wui Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Wu Clan's Gu immortals gathered together. Wuyong sat at the main seat. Most of the people present were Gu immortals themselves. Only a few could not attend. They were participating with their wills. These are the letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, and others. Take a look. Wuyong waved his hand. More than 10 information path Gu worms flew out. Wu Clan's Gu immortals read them one after another, their expressions turning grim. The contents of these information path Gu worms were all the same. There was nothing to write home about. They were just using the righteous path's tone to condemn and question Wuyong. Why did he make a deal with a demon like Fan Yuan? A portion of them even threatened to leave the Southern Alliance. They felt that Wuyong was not qualified to be the leader of the Southern Alliance. They wanted to replace the Alliance leader and choose someone else. These guys, shameless words. I really can't stand this. Many of these super clans had colluded with Lu Wei-yin in the past, right? Back then, Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin worked together to kill Spectral Soul. They escaped from the Celestial Court's pursuit. Now, these people still have the face to reprimand us. Changing the Alliance leader? In Southern Borders Gu Immortal World, who is more suitable than Lord Wuyong? Wu Clan's Gu Immortals discussed with indignant tones. Wuyong did not speak, he drank his tea calmly while listening to the Immortals' conversation. The Immortals' voices became louder, some were agitated, they even wanted to take revenge on those clans. Wuyong put down his cup at this moment. He raised his hand. The immortals saw this and went silent. Many of the Wu Clan Gu immortals who stood up uncontrollably because of their indignation quickly sat down. Wu Yong's eyes turned slightly as he looked around. The hall was already silent. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Yong was expressionless, but he was very satisfied internally. Ever since he took control of the Wu Clan, he had been leading the Wu Clan and turning the tide. He had experienced several battles and even pursued Fan Yuan. Most importantly, his exceptional political skills had won the loyalty of the entire Wu clan. Among them were not only the original Wu clan Gu immortals, but also the external lone immortals, as well as the newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortals. In the course of the discussion just now, none of these people voiced any objection or advice to Wu Yong's decision and method. From this, it could be seen how high the prestige Wu Yong currently had. Eighth Supreme Elder, please explain the details to everyone, Wu Yong said faintly. Yes. As the second Supreme Elder of Wu clan, Wu Ba-chong immediately stood up and said to the Gu immortals present. Several days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no, Great Love Immortal Venerable personally sent a message to First Supreme Elder. He forcefully requested First Supreme Elder to conduct the first public Immortal Gu transaction with him. Considering that Wu clan cannot stop Fan Yuan, First Supreme Elder could only endure the humiliation and agree to Fan Yuan's request. Wu clan's immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression, some clenched their fists, some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fan Yuan's words. Fan Yuan did things without any qualms. In this situation, it was understandable that Wu Yong was forced to agree to this transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yong laughed. Oh Ba-chong, no need to say that. We are all on the same side, I will say it directly. The immortal's expressions shook. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. This is not the first time I transacted with Fan Yuan. I have already conducted several secret transactions with him. Fan Yuan's evidence is real. Saying this, Wu Yong purposely paused for a moment. Seeing that the hall was still silent, all the Gu immortals were still looking at him with heated gazes, Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing. The reason is simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fan Yuan or the venerable Fan Yuan, they are both existences that our Wu clan cannot afford to offend. Secondly, transacting with Fan Yuan is very beneficial to our Wu clan. Our Wu clan obtained several new immortal Gu, all of them were refined by Fan Yuan. If our Wu clan were to do it ourselves, we might not succeed even after spending several times the amount of immortal materials. Wu clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong's gaze swept past Wu Ba-chong, stopping at Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered. He quickly stood up and asked with a trembling voice. But, how should we deal with the condemnation of these super forces? Wu Yong smiled lightly, nodding at Wu Qiao. Good question. Saying so, he waved his hand. All of the information path Mortal Gu flew into his palm. Wu Yong blew lightly, a light breeze blew, crushing all of the information path Mortal Gu into pieces. These so-called condemnations are useless. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Do you think they will dare to attack our clan? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair. He looked around with a condescending gaze. Do you still not understand? Everyone. Times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fan Yuan, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court's foundation has been completely depleted. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she has no choice but to declare the demonic path identity of the other two venerables. And be it Giant Sun or Fan Yuan, they both claim to be immortal venerables, not demon venerables. What is an immortal? What is a demonic path? What is the righteous path? What is a demonic path? The immortals' hearts shook. Wu Yong laughed heartily. With the confrontation of 3 venerables, the 5 regions and 2 heavens have entered an unprecedented era. If we still use our previous views and get entangled in the division of righteous and demonic, we will only be drowned by the terrifying tides of this era. Didn't you see how Fan Yuan effortlessly subdued the Righteous Qi Alliance? And our Southern Alliance, in front of the Venerable One, can't even be considered a mob. It was impossible to lead a flock of sheep to defeat a ferocious tiger. Furthermore, we are not even a group of sheep in front of a venerable. Venerables can only fight against venerables. Meanwhile, we pitiful worms need to survive in the cracks of the venerables. We can only work hard to absorb nutrients and strengthen ourselves. If we receive the pity of fate, we will have a chance of survival. Let go of the so-called righteous path's dignity and the shackles of cheap morality. Let go of the sense of superiority and security of being a Gu immortal. These are all fake. Just like the information path mortal goo I destroyed earlier, as long as a venerable exhales, we goo immortals will immediately fall into a state of eternal damnation. Finally, Wu Yong raised his voice and said with a solemn expression, "Let's do our best, race against time. In this terrifying great era, we need to survive first. Yes, we will heed First Supreme Elder's words." Wu Ba Chong, Wu Qiao, and the other Wu clan Gu immortal stood up and answered solemnly. Western Desert. Wan clan headquarters. A banquet had just ended. Only a few Wan clan Gu immortals were left in the messy hall. Rank 6 Gu immortal Wan Zhuiqing smashed the wine cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These despicable hypocritical clans, they are simply a disgrace to Western Desert. Do they still have any sense of righteous past glory and self-awareness? Wan Zhuiqing shouted in anger, his face was red. Zhuiqing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Isn't that so? Wan Zhuiqing was still furious. These days, we have been having small banquets every 3 days and big banquets every 5 days. But what about these clans Gu immortals? All of them are giving vague answers and making excuses. Zhuiqing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it, forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first supreme elder left his seat. He had a bleak expression and his back seemed to be slightly hunched. The remaining Wan clan Gu immortals fell into silence. Outside Wan clan's blessed land, Tang Fangming and Tang Miao were floating in the sky, looking at the stars in the night sky with relaxed moods. Coming out to relax once in a while is indeed the right thing to do, big brother. Big brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fangming nodded, showing an expression of agreement. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert that Tang clan held the most in high regard, but different from Shirkan. The reason why Tang Fangming received the full support and attention of Tang clan was because he had extraordinary talent in the exploration of Dream Path. This trip to Fang clan was also because Tang Fangming loved his sister Tang Miao. He wanted to satisfy her desire to go out and play. Big brother, Wan clan's hospitality is really good. They are also very determined to take down Fang clan. These days, we have been discussing with the other clans and Wan clan has made many concessions. How long do you think the Alliance army will take? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fangming sneered. The Alliance army to take down Fang clan will never succeed. Ah, why? Let me give you an example. Tang Fangming sighed. Right now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are like a forest with 3 terrifying fierce beasts inside. Tang Miao's eyes brightened. Big brother, you are talking about the 3 venerables? Tang Fangming nodded. And besides these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Now a little bird with the surname Wan wants to deal with a little rabbit with the surname Fang. The little bird can't deal with it by itself, so it gathered some other little birds and rabbits and kept offering high prices, wanting to bully him with numbers. However, that little rabbit surnamed Fang is currently leaning against a ferocious beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angry if they touch this little rabbit. Once the fierce beast gets angry, no matter how many small animals Wan clan's little bird gathers, they will only become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was slightly shocked. Big brother, you are saying that these righteous path super forces cannot form an alliance army just because of this? Tang Fangming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how joyous the banquet is, no matter how intense the negotiations between Wan clan and the other clans are, these are all superficial. In truth, it is just the appearance of small animals trembling in fear. If 3 fierce beasts suddenly appear in the forest, us small animals cannot resist them. Tang Miao breathed in deeply. Fortunately, our Tang clan has already contacted Lord Fan Yuan and had private transactions with him. In my opinion, Southern Borders Alliance leader Wu Yong has already made public transactions with Fan Yuan. Why can't our Tang clan? Absolutely not, Tang Fangming said. Lord Fan Yuan's every action has deep meaning. Earlier, he exposed the evidence and said that he had transactions with many forces and Gu immortals, but he did not mention our Tang clan. This is his love for our Tang clan. Our Tang clan cannot compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Fang clan. We are the weakest super clan in Western Desert. We are also at the center of the region and can easily be attacked. At this time, we cannot be in the limelight. We only need to secretly transact with Lord Fan Yuan. We cannot let down Lord Fan Yuan's painstaking efforts. Of course, we can sell the inside information of Wan Clan's gathering to Fang Clan as a favor. Fang Clan has frequent transactions with Lord Fan Yuan. From this perspective, they are our Tang Clan's natural ally. Tang Fangming spoke with fervor and composure. He was very insightful about the current situation. Tang Miao's eyes shined as she realized something. Right at this time, Tang Fangming's expression changed slightly. Big brother, what is it? In jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals have publicly transacted with Fan Yuan again. This time, it is 3 people. Among them, 2 are from northern plains and central continent. Tang Fangming quickly answered, excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 2251. A lump of fire was quietly burning in Fan Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of a baby's fist. Its color was constantly changing. If a refinement path expert saw this, they would definitely shout in shock. Because the changing color of the fire was only the appearance, its nature was also completely different. For example, when it was red, it was fire refinement. When it was dark white, it was light refinement. When it was ice blue, it was ice refinement. Fan Yuan lightly clenched his fist. The fire instantly disappeared. Fan Yuan was silent. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and collected his thoughts. Recently, he had been refining immortal goo personally. He had not used 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. He had refined more than 10 immortal goo. Their ranks were limited to rank 6 and 7. It was not a big achievement for Fan Yuan. But during this process, Fan Yuan had a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was already at Supreme Grand Master. No matter what Gu refinement method, he could easily see through all of its profundities. All Gu recipes had no secrets to Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan could modify Gu recipes in one go most of the time. Even if many profound immortal Gu recipes needed some time to be modified, this was only the time needed to deduce and choose the appropriate immortal materials. Fan Yuan's refinement path intuition was already so strong that he could determine the direction of modification of an immortal Gu recipe with just one glance. Fan Yuan had tried several times, and his practice proved that this intuition was absolutely correct. Modifying refinement path killer moves, Gu refinement methods and so on was the same. Fan Yuan even had a flash of inspiration during one of the Gu refinement processes. He thought of a new Gu refinement method and succeeded in putting it into practice. And in terms of refining Gu personally, Fan Yuan felt a sense of control. This sense of control greatly increased the success rate of refining immortal Gu. Many times, after refining immortal Gu, at some point, Fan Yuan would be sure that the Gu refinement would succeed. Even if the immortal Gu refinement failed, Fan Yuan would feel a sense of control. He could predict that the Gu refinement would fail in the end. Even a refinement path venerable would fail when refining immortal Gu. On one hand, it was the refining method. If it was a human error, it would definitely fail. On the other hand, there were restrictions from the other sections. For example, to refine fire path immortal Gu, large amounts of fire path immortal materials were needed. As for fire path immortal materials, Fan Yuan's sense of control would be much weaker. Fan Yuan's fire path attainment level was far from his refinement path attainment level. But the success rate of refining refinement path immortal Gu is almost 100%. Of course, I have not tried rank 9 refinement path immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement path immortal Gu used large amounts of refinement path immortal materials, and Fan Yuan had complete control over these refinement path immortal materials. On this point, old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, and long-hair ancestor could not compare to Fan Yuan. Because Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable, he could refine the natural refinement path Dao marks in the outside world. Refinement path Dao marks and refinement path immortal materials naturally belong to this category. Thus, Fan Yuan knew these immortal materials like the back of his hand. He had perfect control over them. Thus, As long as there were no mistakes in refinement path techniques, and there were not many immortal materials of other paths involved in the refinement, Fan Yuan's refinement success rate was infinitely close to 100%. But in terms of Gu refinement success rate, Fan Yuan had already completely surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was still under the situation where he had not practiced many refinement path methods and killer moves. Even though Fan Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, there was still a lot of room for improvement in refinement path. Other than gaining practical experience, when my attainment levels in other paths rise in the future, it will rapidly increase my success rate in refining immortal Gu of the corresponding paths. It is a pity that I cannot take out the primordial domain at the moment. Fan Yuan did not have a method to retrieve the primordial domain, so the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal was still stored in Jewel Yellow Skies, and he was still paying for it. Thinking of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fan Yuan thought of the 3 Gu immortals who had transacted with him earlier. These 3 immortals came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had all publicly transacted with their real names, thus the Gu immortals of the 5 regions knew about them. Among them, the Southern Border Gu immortals were from Qiao Clan. Qiao Clan was a vassal of Wu Clan. Qiao Clan's Gu immortals publicly transacted with Fan Yuan. It was likely that they had received Wu Yong's instructions to help Wu Clan share the political pressure. The other 2 were Northern Plains Lone Immortals and Central Continent's Demonic Immortals. In fact, ever since Wu Yong's transaction, many Gu immortals had secretly contacted Fan Yuan to refine immortal Gu. But Fan Yuan had forced them to disclose their identities to transact. This made many Gu immortals flinch. Only a few Gu immortals, because of their temperament or external pressure, reluctantly accepted the conditions of the public transaction. After Fan Yuan filtered them, he chose these 2. These 2 did not have high cultivation level, only rank 6, they were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Maybe it was because of their low status that these 2 were more inclined to take risks. They wanted to seize the chance to turn things around. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people cherished their lives and were cautious. Of course, these 2 were no longer in Northern Plains or Central Continent. Nobody knew how Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would react after they publicly transacted Immortal Gu with Fan Yuan. These 2 Gu immortals were not fools, they had already escaped to other regions. If this was in the past, there would definitely be many disadvantages. But now that the regional walls were gone and the 5 regions were united, the Qi tides dissipated, the 5 regions Heaven and Earth Qi were the same, there was no difference. Thus, no matter which region the Gu immortals went to, they would not be restricted by Heaven and Earth Qi. Now, there is a crucial point. Fan Yuan did not know what Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' reactions would be. He was looking forward to it, and also vigilant. According to his deductions, the 2 Venerables would have 4 possible reactions. First, they would send their subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. This was easy. Fan Yuan had purposely chosen the weaker Gu immortals and transacted with them. If these 2 were chased by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven and lost their lives, Fan Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 Venerables would join forces to attack Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan would be very vigilant against such a situation, but he would also be happy to see it. Third, the 2 Venerables would attack Jewel Yellow Skies. In this situation, Fan Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan would lose its foundation. But the possibility was very small, because ever since Jewel Yellow Skies appeared, it had existed until now. During this period, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and countless other heroes had the idea of attacking Jewel Yellow Skies, but they all failed. Fan Yuan did not know the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies even now. This was an extremely mysterious mystery. The 4th situation was also the most likely choice for the 2 Venerables. That was to ignore his Gu refinement business, they could not stop it anyway. The 2 Venerables would try to manage their own cultivation level, forces, and so on. They would gain an advantage in other aspects to restrict Fan Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. In fact, ever since I left Kray's Demon Cave, The competition between me, Giant Sun Immortal, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already begun. Whoever manages it better will have the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Advantage might not necessarily turn into victory, but after the accumulation of advantages, the result will be hard to say. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of his position among the three venerables. Looking back at the entire Crazed Demon Cave battle, it was clear that the biggest reason why Fan Yuan could win was because he had the correct strategy. Fan Yuan only had pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because he had been used as a pawn by the venerables, the two venerables looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they viewed each other as their greatest enemies. This gave Fan Yuan room to display his abilities. But the venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Fan Yuan purposely exposed his ambition in Refinement Path, to let the two venerables know that Fan Yuan wanted to become venerable through Refinement Path. Next, when his Refinement Path attainment level was almost fully accumulated, Fan Yuan purposely gave up on the contest for Primordial Domain in front of the two venerables. The Refinement Path portion of Primordial Domain was destroyed. After the two venerables knew that Fan Yuan could not become venerable quickly, they were relieved. On this basis, Fan Yuan showed weakness step by step. For example, John Buddha gave Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a huge headache in several battles. He was in the limelight. Alright, Fan Yuan purposely let John Buddha die at the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. For example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were used by the venerables. Alright, Fan Yuan used these two methods to dispel the vigilance of the venerables. In fact, he even purposely sacrificed the Qi clone, Fan Yuan. Even after doing this, the two venerables were still worried about Fan Yuan. At some point, the two venerables cooperated and wanted to eliminate Fan Yuan first. That was the most dangerous moment for Fan Yuan. He was trapped both internally and externally. His life was hanging by a thread many times. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Fan Yuan managed to endure it in the end. He finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The two venerables expended a lot of energy on each other. Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's venerable ascension caused the two venerables' remaining vigilance to dissipate. Eventually, Fan Yuan seized the opportunity and killed Paradise Earth, forcing the two venerables to retreat, becoming the greatest victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than using the correct battle tactics, the other main reason for victory was that Fan Yuan made all sorts of preparations before the battle. Fan Yuan obtained Ability Gu, Fortitude Gu, and others. They played a huge role in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fan Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves, like Dang Hun Luo Pasil, Road of Life, hundreds of totem killer moves, Heaven and these heroic geniuses, large numbers of compound killer moves, and so on. Fan Yuan even created the Earth Vein and Food Path defensive methods. He prepared Dream Path killer moves and so on. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. Without these ample preparations, even if Fan Yuan's strategy was correct, he would not be able to last until the final moment. I became a Refinement Path Venerable. I am the victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attach great importance to me. Only by using all my strength and working hard can I gain an advantage in the future contest of three venerables. The results of his efforts now would be the key to victory in the contest of three venerables in the future. Chapter 2252 Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal held an Information Path Mortal Gu in his hand. He had a calm expression but was sighing inwardly. To think that as a venerable, I would actually pay attention to a mere rank 6 Northern Plains lone cultivator, and I can't do anything to him for now. According to Giant Sun Immortal's temper and nature, this Gu Immortal who transacted with Fan Yuan publicly was simply provoking him. If it were in the past, this Gu Immortal would be dead already. The dignity of a venerable was not to be offended. But now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities. Go, send the order to all the Super Huangjin tribes, contact them and recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive a special reward from me. Yes. This 8 extremities immediately accepted the order and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal could not make any statements. It would be disadvantageous to him and Longevity Heaven. But he could let the Super Huangjin tribes do it. This was the shrewd and ruthless righteous path political method. Giant Sun Immortal knew, Fan Yuan's great love Gu refinement plan could not be stopped. This was a blatant scheme. The hearts of those who desired immortal Gu could not be shaken. Once Giant Sun Immortal stopped it or ordered for this Northern Plains lone cultivator to be killed, Longevity Heaven would lose a lot of people's support. They might be able to suppress the situation for a short period of time, but the more they suppressed it, the deeper this dissatisfaction would accumulate, and when it erupts, it would bring even more trouble to Longevity Heaven. In the end, this would be the result. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would mostly transact with Fan Yuan publicly. After the transaction, these Gu immortals would immediately leave Northern Plains and go to the other 4 regions. Of course, they would most likely go to Eastern Sea, which was under Fan Yuan's control. This was equivalent to Fan Yuan using immortal Gu to lure the lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, expanding the scale of his heaven and earth great love alliance. Of course, the Giant Sun Immortal wouldn't fall for it so easily. Fan Yuan is really arrogant. He doesn't have enough immortal essence, but he still took the initiative to provoke me. Humph, I must return the favor. If the battle in the crazed demon cave gave Giant Sun Immortal a taste of Fan Yuan's combat power, then now Giant Sun Immortal felt Fan Yuan's ruthless and sharp political skills. Giant Sun Immortal thought about it before taking out an Information Path Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The Information Path Immortal Gu rapidly flew towards Central Continent. Zhongzhou State, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also dealing with Fan Yuan's methods. She summoned He Fengyang, gave him a few words of encouragement, and gave him the task in person. He Fengyang was still in a daze when he left the Celestial Court. The task that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Fan Yuan to refine new Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's response was even more direct than Giant Sun Immortal's. Since Fan Yuan declared that he would love the world and refine Gu regardless of friend or foe, the Celestial Court went with the flow. In any case, the Celestial Court couldn't stop this scheme. It was a wise choice to profit from it. Of course, the Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not publicly transact with Fan Yuan. They still needed face. After all, they had declared Fan Yuan to be a demon venerable earlier. He Fengyang and Fan Yuan's transaction, regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, the Celestial Court would ignore it. It would create an ambiguous political stance that it didn't care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sections. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would participate and obtain many immortal Gu. It would be very helpful to Central Continent's stamina. If Fan Yuan refused or asked for an unreasonable price, it would be inconsistent with his previous declaration. It would greatly damage Fan Yuan's reputation. Weakening Fan Yuan's appeal was a victory for the Celestial Court. Greetings to Immortal Venerable. Qin Dingling appeared with 2 Information Path Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at them and pondered. The first one came from Southern Borders Wu Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at it and realized that Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, the current leader of the Southern Alliance, Wu Yong, wanted to publicly transact with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had once led the Southern Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court during the Fate War. A hint of admiration flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly an outstanding person. Earlier, he publicly transacted with Fan Yuan, but now, he wants to transact with my Celestial Court. His ambition is huge. But this is good. Agreeing to your request is also beneficial to the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately decided to transact with Wu Yong. On one hand, it was to express her attitude. she and the Celestial Court were very tolerant towards all Gu immortals who transacted with Fan Yuan. On the other hand, star constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to rope in Wu Yong. Wu Yong and Fan Yuan were very close. If she rejected, Wu Clan might be easily roped in by Fan Yuan. This was not something star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal Gu, it came from Giant Sun Immortal. The content of the letter was simple. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to ally with star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fan Yuan. Of course, they would not ally for no reason. After all, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were already working together to deal with the Venerable Fan Yuan. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerable's strength had not risen much. If the two Venerables worked together to deal with Fan Yuan, they would only be asking for trouble and humiliation. Giant Sun Immortal's intention was, he had been using luck path methods to monitor Eastern Sea and investigate heaven refining Demon Venerable. Once Fan Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, there would be a huge change in luck. By then, it would be the best time to deal with him. Currently, Fan Yuan was very strong. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled even if they worked together, but they did not have much of an advantage. The two Venerables could easily defend themselves. However, if Fan Yuan tried to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, his immortal essence would be greatly damaged. Especially at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, if the two Venerables grasped the opportunity, that would be Fan Yuan's greatest weakness, and also his weakest moment. If Fan Yuan failed in the Gu refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash. After all, this was the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was no small matter. Towards Giant Sun Immortal's suggestion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate, she agreed. In fact, she had an entire set of investigative methods to monitor Eastern Sea, to guard against Fan Yuan's attempt to refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed great importance on Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of three Venerables was a fight for every inch of land. If any side gained a rank 9 Immortal Gu, their strength would rise sharply. This was not a loss of land, it was a change of ownership. In fact, even if Giant Sun Immortal did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would contact him. If Fan Yuan truly displayed his refinement path specialty, and refined a rank 9 Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would gain a huge advantage. This was something the two Venerables did not want to see. This secret blockade against Fan Yuan's refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu was easily formed under the tacit understanding of the two Venerables. If Fan Yuan rashly refines a rank 9 Immortal Gu, that will be the time to attack. But if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal, I need to pay attention to my immortal essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence reserves were higher than hers. If they worked together to deal with Fan Yuan and expended too much immortal essence, even if they had the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal, it would be disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal had an absolute advantage in terms of immortal essence reserves. If such a thing happened, Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence advantage would be even greater. This was definitely a secret scheme of Giant Sun Immortal. Eastern Sea. Oh? Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Right now, he was refining Immortal Gu while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. He was also thinking about the arrangements of his immortal aperture. He was very calm. At this moment, his will inside Jewel Yellow Skies received He Fengyang's transaction request. He Fengyang actually took the initiative to openly transact with me. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. Fan Yuan immediately realized the truth behind this. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Fengyang dare to do this? As expected of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fan Yuan praised in his mind. This was a very mature and rational response. In the competition between forces and experts, it was never a simple matter of friend or foe. It was based on the specific situation and could be flexible. Sometimes they were enemies, sometimes they were allies, and sometimes they were enemies while cooperating. However, this reaction was within Fan Yuan's expectations. Towards He Fingyang's transaction request, Fan Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected it, it would weaken his influence. Furthermore, why would he reject it? This was beneficial to Celestial Court and Central Continent. It was even more beneficial to Fan Yuan. After all, he was the one making the offer, he was the seller. Of course, Celestial Court and Central Continent would also benefit from it. Both sides would take what they needed. This was a mutually beneficial transaction. The most disadvantageous one was Longevity Heaven. Because Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aspects had improved, Longevity Heaven would fall behind. And if Longevity Heaven saw this, it would not want to fall behind. Even if it was unwilling, it would have to transact with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan naturally would not reject it. By then, he would gain the most out of the three parties. Since you want the rank 7 Immortal Goo, give me 9 Central Stone Forest. Fan Yuan gave He Fengyang a price. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. Its value could not be compared to a rank 7 Immortal Goo. In the short term, a rank 7 Immortal Goo was naturally more valuable. But in the long term, 9 Central Stone Forest, which produced Earth Path cultivation resources, was more valuable than a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This price was very high, it far surpassed Fan Yuan's previous Goo refinement price. He Fengyang could not make the decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. All in all, this price was above the bottom line. He Fengyang agreed to it. In the future, when Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me, I will ask for Earth Path resource points so that I can repair the Earth Vein in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was undergoing construction again. But currently, they were mainly building water veins. Since the Righteous Chi Alliance had taken the initiative to side with Fan Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fan Yuan had already ordered for the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I already have dozens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads. I cannot rashly refine rank 9 immortal goo, moreover, I do not have enough immortal essence. I should refine a few heaven path rank 8 immortal goo first. Chapter 2253. Southern Border. A group of 5 goo masters was moving at full speed on the road. The leading goo master had rank 4 cultivation. He had an ordinary appearance but was very capable. It was Shang Clan's Goo Master Xiaoyan. Fire Travel Goo. He was using a fire path Goo worm to travel. Every step he took was burning with a little fire. Along the way, he left behind a long trail of fire. Behind him were 4 Goo Masters with rank 2 cultivation. At this moment, they were gritting their teeth and following with all their might. Lord Xiaoyan, let's take a break, we don't have enough primeval essence. While moving, a rank 2 Goo Master suggested. Xiaoyan's speed slowed down, but he was still moving. This was the wilderness. If a Goo Master did not have enough primeval essence, the risk of survival would rise. Moreover, rank 2 Goo Masters did not have the qualifications to explore the wilderness. They lacked survival skills. But right now, Xiaoyan had an important mission. According to the information, if I delay any longer, the mountain village will catch fire. I need to get there quickly. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and insisted on going out to search for deviant fire goo materials, but I did not expect Lady Shang Xianci to be in danger. This time, I need to complete this mission with all my strength and make up for the points I lost earlier. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan made his decision. He immediately ordered. You 4 rest here, I will go first. After you are done resting, immediately catch up. Yes. The 4 Goo Masters answered in unison. Xiaoyan's speed rose sharply. He quickly entered the forest. A few hours later, he reached his destination, a small village that was affiliated to Shang clan. Lord, you are finally here! The village has prepared some wine. The village head was a rank 4 Goo Master. He was very polite to Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan waved his hand. The fire is more important, we need to deal with this danger first. The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Then come this way. To be honest, I have been very anxious these days." The village head led Xiaoyan to the back mountain. Xiaoyan saw a large area of dazzling white flames burning brightly at the back mountain. "That's right, it is light fire." Xiaoyan sized it up, his pupils shrinking. "This light fire is very large, it covers at least 200 steps, it is beyond my limits." Light fire was a type of deviant fire, it was a rank 5 goo material. According to what Xiaoyan knew, this goo material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path goo worms. From a goo immortal's perspective, the essence was clear: this light fire contained some light path and fire path Dao marks. "I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a large amount of light flames after searching for so many mystical flames. Lady Shang Xianci specifically left this mission to me. She is too kind and forgiving. Sigh, this kindness." Xiaoyan sighed in his heart, gradually understanding Shang Xianci's intention. He slowly approached the fireball. The closer he got, the more agitated he became. He was inexplicably angry. This was not surprising. This was the effect of light fire: the closer one was to this goo material, the more furious they would be. Xiaoyan tried activating a fire path technique and quickly succeeded in collecting a cluster of light flame. It was the size of a wash basin. Xiaoyan quietly nodded. His previous assessment was correct. With such a large area of fire, he couldn't rely on himself, but he could still collect most of it. Soon after, for rank 2 goo masters would arrive. With their help, this mission could be completed. But he had to be fast. Goo materials like light fire would spread and expand rapidly during the day. Thankfully, it was night time now, so the scale of the light fire was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan hurried over and even abandoned his subordinates. "Before they arrive, I will make arrangements in the surroundings as a precaution." Xiaoyan immediately set up an alert method around the light fire. One had to be wary of others. Moreover, Xiaoyan would have to use his full strength to collect this heavenly fire. "Why are there mortals patrolling the surroundings?" While patrolling, Xiaoyan found many mortals in the forest were kowtowing towards the heavenly fire. The village leader quickly chased these villagers away. He would not let these mortals disturb Xiaoyan and the rest for a period of time. Next, the village leader explained the reason. It turned out that the sky had been changing recently. There was no longer a clear distinction between day and night. It was a mixture of black and white. This situation made the goo masters and mortals of the 5 regions extremely fearful. On a certain night, there was a sudden rain of fire. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the village, balls of heavenly fire fell to the ground. The villagers were shocked by this strange phenomenon, and generally believed that God was angry and wanted to burn the sinful mortals to death. Therefore, there were always mortals who came here to kneel and pray. "Fools!" Xiaoyan snorted, but his expression also eased up. Because he could understand. When the sky changed, he was also extremely fearful. But after Shang Xianci's revelation, he understood that although this matter was huge, it was not fatal. Even if there was, it was not something a goo master at Xiaoyan's level could worry about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven. No, more accurately speaking, it was in the black and white heaven of immemorial white heaven. Tens of thousands of li away, Fan Yuan looked at the huge sun. The sun seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving quickly. Its path was very fixed. It had always been from east to west, before turning back and going from west to east, repeating this process. Every time the sun moved from the east to the west of immemorial white heaven, it would be exactly 12 hours. Black heaven and white heaven alternated, the 5 regions were shrouded in darkness. And in white heaven above black heaven, the sun would turn back and go from west to east, spending another 12 hours to return to its original starting point in the east. At this time, black heaven and white heaven alternated again. Thus, in the eyes and senses of mortals, the sun always appeared in the sky during white heaven. It would appear from the east at dawn, and the darkness would disappear. At dusk, it would disappear from the west, and the darkness would thicken. The sun was extremely huge. Among the 11 venerables, spectral soul demon venerable was the largest. He was like a mountain, but he could not compare to the sun. The size of the sun, Fan Yuan estimated that it was about the same size as Giant Majestic Sea Area. Giant Majestic Sea Area was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's path was completely empty. But now that the black and white heavens merged, the environment changed and became chaotic. While Fan Yuan was observing, there was a large patch of black clouds blocking the sun. Every time the sun moved forward, a portion of the larger black clouds would disappear. Of course, the sun was not unharmed. From time to time, sparks would scatter on the surface of the sun. Most of these heavenly flames were absorbed by the black clouds, but a small portion flew away. A portion of the sparks that flew out landed in the 5 regions. From Fan Yuan's perspective, the battle between the black clouds and the sun was the collision of 2 lumps of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black clouds will definitely lose, but the sun will also suffer a lot of damage. With such an intense change, no wonder heaven form is in chaos, it is even showing signs of collapsing. Fan Yuan was originally refining heaven path immortal Gu, but his journey suddenly changed. He went up from Eastern Sea to the 2 heavens because of heaven form. Heaven form was left behind by thieving heaven demon venerable. It was half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in his grotto heaven. It was filled with providence, and could be replenished at any time. Even thieving heaven demon venerable could not use his will to refine it completely. Thus, thieving heaven demon venerable thought hard and came up with a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. He named it heaven form. Refining heaven form required a long time, generations of wills would cleanse it. One day, it would be refined by a Gu immortal. At that time, it would be used by one person. Later, this heaven form killer move was obtained by Southern Borders Heaven inspecting 5 xiangs. They made a bet for 1,000 years, but it was obtained by Fan Yuan. Heaven form provided a lot of help to Fan Yuan, especially in the aspect of conquering the 2 heavens grotto heavens. It had displayed its might during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a 1-legged white crane, its feathers were white as snow, and its beak was red. When it was activated, it would spread its wings and flutter in the air. When not activated, it would close its eyes and rest on one leg, its neck would turn around and its head would rest on its back. Heaven form had always been in immemorial white heaven, Fan Yuan could not bring it away. Its foundation was immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven had merged, heaven form's foundation was shaking. Fan Yuan had to lend a hand in time to help it stabilize its form. Otherwise, if it relied on itself, it would definitely disintegrate and be destroyed. Chapter 2254. Originally, I didn't want to go to the 4 drip, but when I woke up this morning, I realized that my throat was so swollen that I couldn't speak. It greatly affected my daily work and life. While I was on the 4 drip, I was thinking, should I not have written about Xiao Yan's character yesterday? I still have to go on the 4 drip tomorrow. I'll try my best to update tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2255. Heaven form, which was in the form of a white crane, wailed in front of Fan Yuan. It was in great pain, its body was twisting and curling up at times. Fan Yuan's fingers bloomed like flowers as he activated a refinement path killer move. Wisps of fragrant green wind coiled around the white crane like chains, gently stabilizing its body. Heaven form's condition was deteriorating, but after Fan Yuan's method, it was greatly alleviated. But it was far from enough. The white crane was still wailing. "Don't worry, I am here, I will protect you," Fan Yuan consoled. This move was an information path Gu immortal killer move, it had refinement path effects. Because it was special, it was recorded by the land spirit of Langia. After Fan Yuan's modification, it abandoned its original name and changed it to Love Consolation. It looked like Information Path but was actually Refinement Path. It returned to the origin, and its power increased greatly. This move could allow the Gu Immortal to have a mystical consolation effect on the incomplete Immortal Gu during the Gu refinement process. For example, when facing failure, Fan Yuan would continue to urge, "I know you can do it! Do your best! You can definitely do it, believe in yourself!" The incomplete Immortal Gu that was about to collapse would stop worsening under these words of encouragement. It would even recover and have a higher chance of success. There were several limitations to this move. First, the effect was continuous. Every sentence had a small effect. Only by accumulating the effects of continuous consolation would it have an obvious effect. Thus, during the Gu refinement process, the Gu would suddenly deteriorate and this move could not be used in time, or after using this move, the accumulation of effects would not be able to keep up with the deterioration. It would not be able to save the Gu refinement. Second, this move had a target, the incomplete Immortal Gu. That was to say, one had to refine the Immortal Gu to a certain extent before they could use this move. Without refining the incomplete Immortal Gu, they would not even think of using this move. Many Gu recipes were completed in one go. They would not produce an incomplete Immortal Gu in the middle or late stages, thus this move could not be used. But Fan Yuan could use it now. Because the situation was special. Heaven form was originally in perfect condition, but under the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, it started to break apart and get damaged. It was almost like an incomplete Immortal Gu. Of course, this was also because Fan Yuan was a refinement path venerable. He had the attainment level and methods to refine rank 8 heaven form as a Gu worm. "It's okay. I'm here. Don't worry," Fan Yuan said gently. Tian Xiang's cries grew louder. Suddenly, the snow-white feathermen in the sky started to burn. At first, it was only the size of a spark, but it quickly expanded. In just a few breaths, it had grown to the size of an adult's palm. Fan Yuan immediately took action. He breathed in deeply and prepared a killer move. 2 lumps of qi came out of his nostrils, one white and one blue. The aura landed on the burning feather one after another, causing sparks to spread out. Then, it condensed into a layer of frost, preventing the flames from regenerating. "Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move when refining Gu earlier. I am quite familiar with it." Fan Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with it in time. The larger the flames, the higher the price Fan Yuan had to pay to deal with them. Once the flames spread to the entirety of heaven form, this killer move would be completely destroyed. At that point, even Fan Yuan would not be able to stop it. "You will definitely be able to get through it, Master believes in you," Fan Yuan said gently. The white crane's wails became more intense. "What's going on?" Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Soon, he found out the reason. A pitch-black poison was produced in the white crane's body. It quickly spread and corroded the surroundings, causing the killer move to face the danger of breaking apart. The white crane started to vomit intensely, spitting out pitch-black poison from its mouth. Fan Yuan called out. He knew that he could not use fire refinement now, otherwise he would ignite the fire from earlier. Thus, he pointed with his finger. In an instant, 100 green specks of light flew into the white crane's mouth like a group of fireflies. The specks of green light scattered into the poison, growing rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew from small sprouts in the blink of an eye, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Fan Yuan flicked his finger again. Golden light flowed into the white crane's body like water, turning the green grass into powder. Countless powder entered the white crane's body, healing its injuries. "After the storm, there will definitely be a rainbow. Don't give up!" Fan Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its body twitched like it was electrocuted. Next, its elegant body expanded rapidly like a balloon, becoming larger and larger. It was about to reach its limit and self-detonate. Fan Yuan quickly stretched out his hand, clenching his fist. A huge iron rod appeared in his palm. "Just one refinement path killer move is not enough," Thoughts flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. He quickly manipulated the goo worms in his immortal aperture, helping Fan Yuan prepare another killer move. In the next moment, sharp ice spikes appeared on the giant iron rod. Bam! Fan Yuan exerted strength in his arm, smashing the huge iron rod on the white crane's body. The white crane screamed in pain, looking at its master with an incredulous gaze. Fan Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. Believe in Master, believe in yourself even more. Bam! Fan Yuan smashed down again. The white crane's inflated body shrunk. At the same time, the ice spikes pierced through the body. Strong air currents gushed out of the wounds. Bam! Fan Yuan smiled warmly. Good white crane, do your best. Bam! Fan Yuan smiled warmly. Little cute white crane, persevere, perseverance is victory. Bam bam. Fan Yuan smiled benevolently. No matter what you are going through, don't give up easily. I am here, I will not let you break down. Looking at the iron rod smashing down again, the white crane's expression had already collapsed. Bam! With a loud sound, it seemed to have fainted from the impact. It was motionless. However, its body had already returned to its original size. It was no longer expanding, but it was covered in wounds and was barely breathing. It no longer had the power of a rank 8 killer move. Only then did Fan Yuan put away the big iron rod with the ice thorns. He nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself. Although this is the first time I've tried combining these two moves, it's not a big deal. But the refinement path Venerable's intuition was not wrong. The effect is as strong as I expected. This move isn't like love's consolation. It has a wide range of applications. I can practice it more in the future. The next time such a situation occurs, I'll use this move as well. As if it had heard Fan Yuan's words, the dead crane suddenly shuddered and closed its mouth. The fusion of white heaven and black heaven caused heaven form to fall into a dangerous situation. Fan Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize the situation. The current difficulty isn't high, but I can't say for sure in the future. Furthermore, guarding heaven form is like restricting my movements. Refining it will also cause my immortal essence to be expended. Fan Yuan's immortal essence accumulation was not high to begin with. This would only make his situation worse. But I can't give up on heaven form. Fan Yuan wanted to protect this killer move, because after using Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck, Fan Yuan analyzed that heaven path was a shortcut to his current predicament. Like now, he was guarding heaven form while refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path immortal goo was created. This heaven path immortal goo was like a crystal spider. It was transparent and flawless. The spider's 8 legs were long and slender. Its body was small and was supported by the 8 legs. Rank 8 heaven path immortal goo, heavenly web. With this goo as the core, he could create the heaven path killer move heavenly web. Back then in the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Paradise Earth had used it many times. Its defensive effect was superb. It could match Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Fan Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that he only had 2 heaven path immortal goo in his immortal aperture. One was heavenly web goo, and one was heavenly birth goo. Heavenly birth goo was the core immortal goo that allowed Paradise Earth to revive and cultivate heaven path from earth path. There were many other immortal goo. For example, information path immortal goo outline goo. It could allow goo immortals to analyze the general structure of complicated information. Or rule path immortal goo normal goo. It could restore the target to their normal state. With these immortal goo, Paradise Earth could create all sorts of heaven path killer moves, like heavenly web, heartless heaven and earth, heavenly summary and earthly norm, and so on. Heavenly web goo was already refined. Fan Yuan had to refine heavenly birth goo now. Heavenly birth goo was an immortal goo that could heal injuries. It could be used with Fan Yuan's refinement path. It had a miraculous effect on heaven form. Fan Yuan had heaven path accumulations to begin with, rank 8 heavenly secret goo, heaven's envy goo, as well as the killer move heaven envy's geniuses that Fan Yuan used in Kray's Demon Cave, as well as the killer move heaven form that he was protecting now. Paradise Earth was a huge gift. After Fan Yuan consumed it, his Heaven Path foundation rose by several times. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a killer move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. It can use Heaven Path methods to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fan Yuan's biggest goal was Obscured Heavenly Secret. Next was to refine Heavenly Birth Goo to stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal Goo used, the stronger the concealment effect. There were only two ways for Fan Yuan to resolve his low Immortal Essence storage. One was to manage his Immortal Aperture. But blindly speeding up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was not a good idea. Fan Yuan could only publicize his plan of Great Love Goo refinement, to gather resource points as efficiently as possible to manage his Immortal Aperture, and raise his Immortal Aperture origin core to produce more Immortal Essence. The second way was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a huge help to Fan Yuan. Without this goo, Fan Yuan's Immortal Essence would have dried up long ago in Crazed Demon Cave. It was truly an amazing effect. Anyone who used it would know. It was indeed worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Fan Yuan was a rank 9 Venerable now. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable anymore. Once he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fan Yuan to break out of his current predicament. However, if he tried to advance it directly, the information would definitely be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely be keeping an eye on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was well aware of this. He was rank 9 now. Rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. By then, if he refined rank 9 Immortal Goo, his luck would undergo an even greater change. Against Giant Sun Immortal, Cooking Luck Pot would not be able to block him. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not hide it from them. The moment I advance to rank 9 will be my weakest moment. The two Venerables will definitely join hands to attack me. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret is crucial. Cooking Luck Pot could not hide it from Giant Sun Immortal because of Luck Path. But Obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fan Yuan faced Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would also be at a loss. But this plan has its own hidden dangers, because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once fused with the Tao for over 3 million years. Celestial Court has abundant Heaven Path research results. How long can Obscured Heavenly Secret hide it from her? Chapter 2256. Although the pain in his throat had greatly improved, he could not muster up any strength. Rest and build up strength. Try to update as much as possible tomorrow. Venomous Goo Master has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.